I should do that as
well.
well.
Yeah, I need to do that as well.
Shit! Did I forget to update the stream category? Did I forget to press the done button? Oh well, I pressed it now. I just don't want people to tune in thinking I'm playing Security Breach.
How have you not finished Security Breach, girl? You've been playing that game for like...
Okay, only Ricky has been playing it, and I've been playing Ruin. And yes, she has finished it. However, she hasn't been playing Ruin. I've been playing Ruin, and, so sometimes what can happen is, like, little deja vu moments of recognition, like, skirt past the amnesia, and, she doesn't want that to happen with Ruin, so... And there's no Twitch category for Ruin alone.
Odd. To best, who am I to judge you for, taking over 6 months to finish a game? How is our, Baldur's Gate 3 going?
I knew you were gonna comment. That's why I wasn't saying anything. I was being quiet for a reason.
I'm just honest.
Yeah, you are. We'll get there eventually.
And hey, it's not Labyrinthine. And I have entirely too many hours in Labyrinthine. I think I have more hours in Labyrinthine than I have in Security Breach. That's wild. Considering I've streamed it like twice, maybe thrice. Okay, no, I almost have as many hours in Labyrinthine. I'm like 30 hours off from the Security Breach time.
Alright. Oh yeah, I fixed the Brinchender token thing on the map. Now you guys should be able to open it.
Brinchender.
I don't seem to be able to.
Really?
Maybe
I double-clicked it.
Yeah, I can double click it and open it, but that's it.
Yeah, and it opened for me.
Oh yeah, it did. Oh yeah.
Should have nice city map in it.
Oh yeah, it does.
It's nice. Holy shit, I need to remember to turn my brightness down when not playing horror games. Oh my god, my eyes. I can see shit now, thank god.
Right. Let's turn off the howling wind for a moment. Because we need to do some recapping.
Yeah, we do.
So, where did we last left off? I think I was playing on tropes, and we have finished our global recap with the wet bitch approaching a barrier in the sky, reaching below the waves as well. A veil of reddish shimmering light standing in front of the ship. But not really standing, but slowly growing towards it.
Mm-hmm.
The only person who was able to see this barrier was Adrisht. Everyone else was completely oblivious to it. And when Adrisht started raving like a madman about a wall in the sky, of course everyone tried to stop him from running up to the wheel and turning the ship. But it seemed that Adrish was not mad indeed, but he could really see something there. Unfortunately, he was not really able to convince everyone, but wrestled the controls of the ship and try to twist it away. In a sudden turn, people almost fell overboard, but it was too late. Adrish was not able to turn enough, and the ship rushed into the wall. Thankfully, the wall itself was not a solid object. A ship easily passed through, but as everyone passed through the barrier, they felt its effect on them. Unlike Adrisht, who was completely unaffected. Emma and Dorin felt horror. Dorin had a vision of the weave itself being attacked and destroyed. Emma's mind collapsed in the cacophony of chaos. The only thing that calmed her was her new companion, Mora. Finn, from the back of his mind, felt the attack. An attack on his mind, but something he did not understand yet, protected him. I think Ballerin just got confused. To be honest, that's the only note I have on that. I'm not certain what happened with him. Maybe that's when he went mad. We just never noticed. But, perhaps most strangely, Wave simply became calmed. That's when he heard a woman scream from below deck. And when Emma rushed downstairs back to her room, what she found was not the statue she was entrusted with, but a very naked and very agitated woman.
It was love at first sight.
Eesh, that was interesting. All I necessarily remember is kind of like immediately, like first night, kind of like getting into bed with her.
That's the only thing you retained.
No, that's the only thing I experienced, right?
That's the only thing.
Because it was Ricky the rest of the session. It was like a momentary switch.
Alright, that's when the horny kicked in.
It's fucking weird, is what it was.
So, after you managed to calm yourself and managed to calm her down a bit, Adelaide, as you know her now, explains the situation. The mage is the good friend of the Baron, who sent Adelaide away to her relatives in Waterdeep under this spell to protect her, as there is a great danger looming over her. An evil man, a greedy merchant, is trying to marry her. Alright. Where's that? Where's that note? The one? No. Wait. Yes. So this merchant has a lofty ambition. They want to get rid of the old baron and marry the young baroness, Adelaide, gaining power over the city. But with too few allies, the only way for her to be safe was to be sent to her relatives in Waterdeep, the Earling Star family. With that, if I recall correctly, Emma, you vowed to protect her with all your life.
I did.
Because you're weird like that.
You have no idea.
Jeez, my notes are so choppy in this section, I don't remember why. Right, let's see what else is listed here. Yeah, that is when you made a contract with Mora, and he became your familiar. You introduced Adelaide to the entire group and let the captain know of the stowaway.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel that was pretty much it in this section, because it was that time skip we did, right? I do have some
Was it right
more
now?
choppy notes of Bellerin goes a bit insane, almost shoots himself. Bellerin pokes Dorin.
What?
Adric's worried. I guess this is a bit we're going to leave out of the book. This is, this is just going to be. Then they arrived at Waterdeep.
Oh, wait, no, have we done the bit where like Adrish almost dies, gets taken over by the
That was
shadow within
before.
things?
That was before you
Oh,
arrived.
okay.
Yeah, no, that was like as he was dealing with the addiction, right?
Yeah, so that was way back when you left Kalimsham. Because
Yeah, so
I just wondering if I have an odd note here about elementals attacking the ship, but I don't think that actually occurred. I think that was just a possibility.
did Elemental? I don't think that
I
happened.
don't
I have
think
no
so.
fucking idea.
I think that was just something that I thought I might do.
Something you wanted to do to us, huh? Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense.
But I think then we had the time skip, and then on the horizon was the city of Waterdeep, with smoke rising over the wall.
Oh, yeah. That does actually kind of sound familiar.
I love how I have just a note here saying the geology school of Waterdeep destroyed. There's just like a singular line without any other context. Oh, I'm just glad I'm the only one who ever sees these notes. As you approach the town, Emma spied through the spyglass and seeing the city engulfed in flames and a large tent camp surrounding the walls outside. As you sailed closer and closer, the city's navy ships approached. And on the ship was the first character that we've met from the entourage of Emma's long backstory. Oh, that's not even true. We started the game with one of your.
Yeah, no, we started it by meeting, like, a brother whose balls never drop.
Who you met on the ship? Do any of you remember that character?
Hold up, I need to find his name. I remember it. It's like the only guy in my backstory that starts with a T.
The friend of Emma's? I don't remember his name. I remember what he was like.
Is it the only person with a T, really? Is that true? No, it's not true. Your father is T as well.
Oh shit, and there's another T. There's a T in, like, great-grandparents or something. There's a lot of T's. I think it's Tail. Yeah! There we go! It was him, right?
Good friend and right-hand man of Lysander. A former teacher of Emma. Who briefly tells you about the situation. As he takes you on the ship and takes you to shore. The city of Waterdeep is in great peril. This cult of the Master has infiltrated the city and unleashed an unspeakable horror. This creatures of flesh roam now the streets and attack anyone they encounter. The people have been driven out onto this refugee camp outside, while the city continues to burn. The only section of the city that remains intact is the one where those who have been affected by the plague have been placed. I still have Waterdeep up. The map. Let's see. There's the. Yeah, I do have Waterdeep. Nice. We can have a nice look at Waterdeep as a reminder. So, your first journey takes you near the south gate, where Lysander, the current general of the combined forces of Waterdeep, resides. He looks exhausted, he looks beaten, but he has not given up. And the first thing he of course does is letting you meet his young daughter. After you learn about the this cult's activity, he tells you about this plague, the arcane wasting, this horrid disease that seemed to spread through magic itself, striking those most powerful first, but not sparing anyone. And of course, that is where you're introduced to your new allies. perhaps. Well, at least those who are willing to fight against this cult of the One. The church. This church that sprung up seemingly out of nothing, but provided hope and help to all that needed it. The Church of the One. As you move through the refugee camp, you see them all over. These brown-robed men and women, walking and helping wherever they can, distributing food, healing wounds, and in general being that little light that keeps the camp, well, standing. But that is not where you're heading. As power and wealth is still a separating force, the nobles have made their camp outside this ramshackle refugee camp and taken over most of the farmhouses surrounding the city. One of these flies the Koryak family emblem. Impressive, with a sword held in its mouth. You arrive, your family welcomes you. They all wish you would not be here. Not because they don't want to see you, but because they hope that you could be spared from the horrors that have befallen on the city. They're all there with you. Well, your father still agitated, as always, but happy to see you. Your grandmother, who makes comments about the company that you have seemed to have picked up on your way, especially looking at the moldy-looking homeless person and the horrid lizard creature. The boy, the other boy. I remember I made some very choice comments from her perspective on... I'm fairly certain I tried to shoo them out. Oh, that was some good times. But, of course, they were not sent out. They were not turned away. Because someone else had a change of heart. Your mother. For your mother have found her fate. Claire has began to worship the One, and she has changed her mind on many, many things, and expressed her sincere feelings about how she tried to control you, how she kept you as tried to keep you away from what you wanted to be and what you wanted to do. Of course, you did not take this well. You lashed out. You lashed out against all of them. You lashed out against your mother. You lashed out against Dorin, and I feel like Adrisht as well for multiple reasons.
I did?
Yes, I have notes of it.
Oh, I love memory problems.
Nevertheless, you stayed for the night. for the day tomorrow, you had plans. For tomorrow was the end of the 10-day, and you wish to attend a sermon for the one. To learn more about this newfound church. So many notes. I'm jump. So I have like 3 instances of notes open. Trying to keep track of all the fucking things. Okay. Daughter, yeah. Yes, I completely forgot about that. You are going to get married, aren't you, Emma?
What?
Well, there was an option.
Yes, when you arrived, Claire has a suitor prepared for you.
Did
That
I
was
tell
the
him to go
reason-
eat his own nuts?
That was the reason of the disagreement. Oh
Ah.
yeah, that was I love that. But yeah, Liliana was, as ever, weak and really wanted to go back to the city as she was missing her favorite toy. You learned that your grandfather Rubio has left the camp as these difficult times were really hurting him, so he decided to take a carriage ride and spend his time with some acquaintances until the issues are resolved. But as morning comes, Claire asks you, Emma, if you wish to join her at this Sermon of the One. You all headed there, and you watched as the clouds gathered in the sky for a grey, sad day. But that did not turn people away from the sermon. As the sun rose, you seen people marching towards the village and gathering in a small church that was dedicated to the goddess of joy, Lyra. Here you've listened to the words of a man who later you learned was Thomas, the the Tertius of prayers, a former bard who wasn't the best man in his former life, as he put it, but once he has found his fate, dedicated his life for now to spread the joyous word of the one and help all he could. He learned about the base tenets of the church, what they believe in, what they hope to come, and how they act to bring that paradise forth. After the sermon, you stuck around and had a short chat with the Tertius. He told you a bit more about himself and what he believed in. He also told you that the Secondus of Waterdeep has left. And currently they had no official leader in this area. Where the Secondus have head to Luskan, from which they have heard strange and dangerous rumors. Yes, since this point, you could have gone to Luskan.
Oh.
When the sermon is over, and you let him go, he organizes his helpers who begin providing food from large pots for everyone. A generous donation from one of the Waterhooven nobility. As you head away from the sermon, rain began to fall. And before you could reach shelter, it turns into a great storming downpour. That was a point when Emma, you ran away. You could not take that sincere smile on your mother's face as she was listening to the sermon. That was when you called Dorin a loner.
What? I called the introverted one a loner?
Yeah, you did try to insult him and it did not stick.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
But in a storm, you managed to hurt all your friends and then run away. But you arrive back at the farmhouse, where your father tells you a letter has arrived about an urgent issue that must be kept from your mother.
Oh?
Lysander asks the two of you to come to his tent while Claire is distracted. And that's when you learned that Rubio, your grandfather's carriage, was attacked, looted, and there's no sign of him. It's most likely that the carriage has been attacked by the Red Bands. This band of thieves and mercenaries who call themselves the Men of Crimson Creek. These people who seem to show up out of nowhere and attack rich merchants and nobles, taking all their goods and money, sometimes even taking hostages to ransom them. Although Lysander expressed that he hoped that it was indeed the Red Bands. Because if it was the cult, they are known to have those they kidnap sacrificed, or worse.
Mm.
But before anything could stand, a report comes to Lysander's stand. People have been sighted in the city. And of course, the little group, not yet named Aegis, is ready to go in. Of course, your father is against it. But when was the last time he was able to stop you?
Never. As far as I know, never.
So, In the dead of the night, you make your way with the help of Theo and some soldiers to the wall. You manage to climb over and descend into the city of the dead. You see these horrendous creatures, these necrotic cysts roaming around, but you manage to avoid their attention for now. Your hope is to find those cultists and perhaps put an end to these never dying creatures. Then the soldiers of Waterdeep would have a chance to retake their city. But as you're traveling through the city of the dead, something catches your attention, Emma.
The only other thing I remember. The grave robbery shit. Wait, not yet. There was a fight before that, right?
Nope. That is. So yeah. Just to do a bit more lead up. Lysander had posted hidden scouts all along the city wall to keep an eye out. When the storm put out some of the fires, some of his scouts were able to spot some people. And they knew that anybody who would be willing to stay in the city amongst the roaming monsters and fire could only be the ones who were responsible for it. Unfortunately, the Council of Nobles have decided that no one may re-enter the city until Lord Blackstaff has returned and retaken his position as acting open Lord of Waterdeep. Or they have amassed a sufficient army to take back the city from the creatures. The city is under some sort of necromantic spell. You saw those creatures aimlessly wandering the city. And as you snuck through the cemetery, Emma, you spotted the family tomb opened. Under the heavy stone slab, one of these cysts crushed into pulp. You see them as you descend the old family tombs. Large stone slabs marked with their names and date of their birth and the date of their death. But unfortunately, the dead has been disturbed. One of the stone slabs has been ripped off the wall, and in there you see a small body, wrapped in a strange midnight blue cloth. And on that slab, it states Emma Mirabelle Koriak. And I think that's enough recap for today.
I'm gonna cut the stream.
Oh.
That was a long recapping.
No.
It was only 40
40
minutes.
Isn't that the usual amount?
No!
Oh, sorry.
That's so long.
You also neglected to mention that I sent Mora in first to investigate. I didn't want to get jumped.
About an hour.
So what you're saying is that you're trying to get Mora killed?
No! I'm not you!
Yeah, that's how you That's how you shift the blame and just gaslight her.
Yep.
Yeah, Moore was already dead all along.
Honestly, undead magic cat, I'd take that.
Right, so then let's not dilly-dally. Gonny, what has happened last time? Let me get you back to the Icewind Dales.
Last time on Bane of the Sword Coast. Alright, cool. What do we do?
Actually, let's go to 10 towns. That's what we do. That will do.
Next time on Dragon. Cool. So the session kicks off with us discussing the barrier and Adrist specifically explaining to Amalfi about the barrier and mentions the first time we passed through it. We then pass through the barrier again, although Amalfi's looking at us a bit suspiciously, and even though she is skeptical, she very soon comes to realize that something at least is off. So we make our way further into the Icewind Dale, and Amalfi informs us about the fact that each town has a speaker, also known as the collective leader, of which they all make up a council that makes the wide-ranging decisions on Icewind Dale. The speaker for Bryn Shander is Nicholas Coll. We continue to make our way towards Bryn Shander and arrive quite late in the evening. Amalfi takes the lead in our discussion with the guards to smooth things over. And despite things going well, we do notice that the guards appear to be on edge. We also notice that most of the gear that they're wearing is a bit of a hodgepodge and a mismatch, seemingly being whatever it is that they can get their hands on. Amalfi points out to us that we'd have the most luck staying at a place called Kelvin's Comfort. And she informs us that she will come and meet us there in the morning for us to make our plans. So we make our way towards Kelvin's Comfort, and one thing that immediately catches our attention is the fact that the streets are almost deathly silent, and it appears that there's no one around. And whilst it's late, it's not that late, surely. And even as we arrive at Kelvin's Comfort, we also notice that it's extremely silent as well. We try and knock to see if anyone will let us in, but it doesn't appear that anyone's awake. After looking around, we eventually find someone who's able to give us an update on the situation. And they inform us that Ogden Flamebeard is the one that runs the inn, and that the reason no one is answering is probably because he's blacked out drunk. We decide to just find a nice spot in a bit of an opening within the town and just set up the tent for tonight, and we'll look for lodging tomorrow. We all take it in turns to do our traditional watches. However, something occurs during Finn's watch. He notices something, that there appears to be a commotion in the direction of the gate that we used to enter into the city. Finn decides to go and investigate and steps out of the dome. And he almost immediately regrets it, as soon as he steps out of the warm comfort of the dome, he is hit, slapped in the face by a deep, deep cold that causes him to shiver to his bones. However, Finn continues and attempts to stealthily approach the commotion to get a better read on the situation. He begins to hear the sounds of shouts and the clamoring of weapons, almost as if a battle is taking place. He is also able to make out there appears to be people lining the walls of the city and shooting down arrows. It doesn't seem to be a huge battle, as in it doesn't seem that there are war machines of the like. However, Finn makes an unusual decision for him, but as opposed to pressing on further, he decides to head back. However, something's eating away at him. He feels uncomfortable, odd, and feels as though Claw Fury is a little bit loose on his wrist as he makes his way back. In the morning, we all arise and we are awoken to the sounds and the feeling of a city that is battered and bruised. We come across a lot of wounded, However, there doesn't seem to be many dead from the night before. It appears that the soldiers were able to push back this wave of undead and were led out under the guide of a mouthy to investigate the scene, where we come across a large number of skeletal bodies. Eventually, we're able to come across a skeleton that's actually remains intact. And they reveal themselves to be Garn, son of Baron. However, they weren't really that much helpful beyond that. After milling about for a bit and trying to piece together whatever we can, we're led by Mouthy to meet with the one known as Nicholas Koff, the speaker of Brenchanda. Nicholas is a very hearty individual. He comes across with the presence of a war veteran with worn armor. He's covered in battle scars, with a messy shoulder hair brown locks. As we're introduced to Nicholas, he begins to fill us in on some of the issues that are plaguing the 10 towns as a whole. It appears that there's issues in each of the towns, however, there appears to be conflict specifically poignant between Dinovel and Konig. Normally, this conflict results in low-level melees. However, the conflict has started to become bloody and out of the scope of East Haven, and is something that he would greatly appreciate being resolved. He also informs us of the Lilywood Banshee. The people there seem to be complaining about the legendary figure. You see, the Banshee normally stays in the woods, and if the Banshee is undisturbed, it doesn't disturb the citizens. And she also keeps them safe from bandits and barbarians. However, it appears that the Banshee has been roaming ever closer to the town, which may or may not be related to the activities of the cult. He also mentions that there seem to be some oddities or gems appearing on the shores of Brennan, and a mouthy offers to take us to each of the towns to investigate. As we're making our way, all of us seem to catch the glimpse of something on the forehead of Nicholas, but the only one who's able to put their finger to it is Vave, the ever keen-eyed. And lowly under his breath, he mentions or mutters the word stigmata. Now, we learn or have learned or remember that a stigmata is a brand, which is given is a kind of way of putting it, is placed on someone of the clergy. This is given to someone or placed upon someone when they either no longer believe that their current faith and wish to swap to a different one, or
No, definitely not.
oh, is that a separate symbol then?
No, basically what I said, that it is not a big deal if you decide to worship a different god. Like most of
Okay.
people say, like, oh, I worship multiple gods, but like if a clergyman say, oh, I no longer worship, let's say, Tyr, but I found my new faith with Saloon, it's just like, yeah, of course, you worship the god, and it is entirely possible that they immediately gain their clerical powers again because they worship a different god now. What I said, that is
Yeah,
fine most of the time. They don't really, that just happens a lot of times. Like, it's just fate. Also,
I missed the full stop in the sentence.
yeah.
I noticed.
Also, like, it is also happens that people get kicked out of their church. Like, if they commit some crime, or they no longer follow the tenets of their god properly, they might just get kicked out of that church or paladin order. That's how you get the disgraced paladins who fail their oath, for example. People who get who are branded with the stigmata are the people who are banished from their church or paladin order. Basically, this is like the greatest punishment that anybody can get who are part of an order.
Yes,
Because
for a grievous sin that can't be forgiven.
yeah, basically that is a brand that you carry until your death, and most likely after your death.
Mm.
So yeah, we notice that there's a
But-
stigmata
Damn.
And
in
the
the
thing is, like,
middle. Yeah, sorry.
it is not just about like, you know, like that. You no longer welcome in that paladin order or clerical order anymore. No, a stigmata marks you as like the worst villain that you can be. Like these branded people are usually like renegades, like people who has to live on the edge of civilization because they are not welcome anywhere. Because that mark shows that they have committed such a graver sin that they cannot be trusted, they cannot be helped. Whatever they did is they had to be marked forever for what they have did.
So we
I'm
also
trying to just
noticed that.
emphasize as much as possible like this. This is a very rare thing, but this is like the thing that everybody knows about. The stories that these people are shunned everywhere they go.
Mm. So we also remember that a stigmata is typically similar to the symbol of the god that they once worshipped, with a slight deformity. And on Nicholas's forehead is a set of scales with a loose arm and the strings snapped. And yeah, that is where we left off last session.
Exactly. For you know that that is the destroyed symbol of the god Tyr, the god of justice. The god worshipped by no other than the Paladin Order of Salumar, the once powerful organization that you have met on your journeys, and the one that tasked you with finding more of their members anywhere that they could be. And the one that you might have just found. Although, this might not be the paladin you're looking for.
Yeah, maybe he knows some other people.
Right, let's bring the howling wind back. See what's next.
And the hurdy-gurdies?
I don't know what you're talking about. There's only howling wind here.
And hurdy-gurdies. Playing the howling wind. Wait, do you guys hear the howling wind? I only hear the hurdy-gurdies.
I don't hear the howling wind either. I started off the hurdy-gurdies. Why is the howling wind not playing? Here you go.
Yeah, I can hear it.
For some reason, the howling wind stopped for a moment there.
I seem to hear it. Nope, that says the hurdy-gurdies.
Do you have your environment sound pulled down?
No, it's all the way up to max.
Well, just
Oh,
imagine.
whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Imagine the howling wind, and you'll hear them next time, probably.
I'll just set it up on Spotify, it's fine.
Or you can refresh the page at one point, and it'll probably
Nah.
turn on for you. I can hear it. Goddy, can you hear it?
Yes, sir.
It's just you, Artie, because I'm sure Squirrel has it turned off for
Yep.
stream reasons.
Really? Howling wind? That's not gonna do anything.
I think she just has
It
the whole
might.
page. like everything turned off.
Yeah, no,
just
the tab's
Amnesia.
muted.
Okay.
And I still haven't found a good background check to go in between our silences.
So, what do you guys do? You know, Nicholas asked you to look into the issues that seem to be plaguing the towns. Help out with that. You know, since
At
you're
what
the
point
big.
during this conversation do we realize about his stigmata? Also, who was it who realized?
So Wave was the only one who sort of recognized it because he had a high enough religion check. But when he sort of uttered out stigmata, it all sort of clicked in your heads because it is a common knowledge, realistically.
What did you say?
Sorry?
Sorry, I didn't hear any of the last 15 seconds.
Right, no
You
worries.
said when he uttered out and then it cut out for me.
Yeah, but basically when Wave just uttered out stigmata, it sort of it clicked on in all of your heads because it is something that you should recognize easily. Like like not should recognize easily, but it is something that you are told about as a kid. Like, you know, if you meet anyone like this, you know, avoid them like the plague because, you know, they have done something
all sort
so
of-
bad.
I sort of just stare at it for a few seconds. Where is he branded with this? Is it his head?
Yeah, on his forehead.
Is that what I think it is?
I dare say it is.
Nicholas Cole just sort of looks at you with cold eyes and stares at you back. So,
Wait, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's rude.
Wait, what did it just say exactly?
My apologies as well.
are we going to have a problem now with the heroes of whatever you are?
No.
So, are you going to
Finish up.
help us or not?
Of course we're going to help
That's
you.
why we're here.
Yes, but I know it's terribly rude, but if you're gonna do this, we really need to know. What are you doing?
It's absolutely none of your goddamn business. Get out of here. If you're not helping, I have pressing matters to deal with. If you didn't recognize, last night the town was attacked again. I was out on the battlements all night. Haven't had a blink of sleep or anything to eat, and I still need to deal with the wounded.
We'll get out of your way. Come on, guys, let's go.
Wait, Finn.
Atrist, let's
Recognize
go.
that symbol, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's. We're looking for that order, aren't we? Finn, the mace.
It's a hammer.
Yeah.
No, he said the mace.
He did say the mace.
No, bro.
Just amazing, this poor man. Pepper spraying in the face.
Mace is worse than pepper spray.
I think Finn has it.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Can you take it out?
Are you going to whip it out, Finn?
No.
Not right now.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, Ajish, we've got other stuff to deal with in the meantime. We can talk about this later.
Exactly.
Okay. Sort of walks away, but still sort of looks back and
Does he gawk?
Yeah,
kind of.
the speaker is clearly not paying any attention to you anymore. Like as soon as you begin to move away, he seems to like once again rest his hands on the edge of his table and just stare over that mound of scrolls and papers on his desk.
Once I'm out of earshot, I'll turn to them and say, guys, we can't really trust that man, can we?
Trustworthy or not, there's still people and there's still a problem here.
Yeah, but Adrift, if you don't think we can trust him, don't you think it's also a good idea to not mention you know what to you know who?
What are you talking
As much
about?
as
Do you?
We'll explain on the way out of the town. It's a bit of a sensitive subject.
Oh,
in the meanwhile, do you know why he's been
branded? No, he. It's a painful subject, I would assume. I never really asked him about it, but he seems
how
like a good man.
good men don't walk around with that mark on their head?
Got to say, Lord Einsfog, compared to him, there are a lot worse people who have found their home in Ten Towns.
Not sure there are. And I sort of clutch at the symbol on my chest.
Like, has he forgotten what he's walking around with in his eye?
Yeah, but it's not like I haven't abandoned the gods, and the gods haven't forsaken me. The gods,
Yeah, that's Emma.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Like
we're walking with a forsaken one.
I kind of rubbed my forehead a little, like under the guise of adjusting my hair.
Well, the thing is, Emma's only been abandoned by the elven gods. The other gods are still fine with her.
yeah.
Are they though?
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's why you're still
After the
getting.
Dungeon of Fools thing? Okay.
That's a blemish on your reputation, but that reflects it on your fucking divine guidance scores at this point.
I just wanted to see how he'd react to the hammer. Anyway, what are we doing?
Good question.
Amalfi, based on your experience, what do you think would be the most pressing matter first?
Oh, well, like Nicholas said, it's difficult to say. The Lake Dynasty could be a burning powder keg. They could erupt any time, go at each other's throat, but we can never know what kind of trouble brewing in the other towns. And to be honest, they are quite far away.
So Lake Dinner is then?
Yeah, sure.
Might as well.
Can you give us any more
Please.
information about what's happening there, Amalfi? Because he was a little bit vague. I need to know more about the background of the region and such. So we know what we're walking into.
Let's see. How far is this travel actually? It's like a... So where are you guys planning to go? Like where is Amalti? Where do you ask Amalti to take you?
I think we're just gonna let her lead us. She's gonna let and take us where she would.
Let's leave, all the planning to the DM.
No, more like we just decide this is the direction we're going, and then leave it to the DM of how we get there.
Sure.
Well,
So, well, if we try to solve that first, probably best to go to East Haven.
mhm.
Glen Sater, she's a wise woman. I'm sure she will know what is the status between those two idiots.
Sorry, what did you say?
The speaker, her name is Glen Sater.
You have to spell that.
Chat.
Jake.
Is there anything you guys ever just
Nope.
got when I said?
These are normal names.
Should I just meme all my characters Anglican? Yeah, everyone's just called
No.
No,
But
no.
like,
Bob and
in the
Jim
chat, bro.
and Jim Bob. Bob and Jim.
Or just give everyone a number.
That'd be harder, I think.
Yeah, that's number 42. You remember him?
No, it's just Bob, Jim, Dave, Jim Bob, and
Dave Bob.
Steve Craig.
Billy Jim. Jimmy Bill.
Yeah, Billy Jim was not my lover though.
oh no.
Billy Jim was not my love. Glenn.
You said she's the speaker of East Haven?
Yes.
How do you know her?
I know most of the speaker. Well, not all of them well, but she's...
Did she say she's amicable?
I don't know much about her, to be honest, but she seems a level-headed person compared to the other knuckleheads.
Sounds like a good place to start then. How do you think we get there? We just take the east way down there?
Yeah. We could try to get a cart if you wish to travel more comfortably, but to be honest, in the summer months when dirt is thawed out, it's easier to move on foot.
What about horses? We probably maybe find horses somewhere there. Or sled dogs, maybe.
It's not so easy to sled when there's no snow.
Mm-hmm. What about horses? I'm sure
Perhaps we should just walk.
we can make it faster. We might have want to try.
They don't really have horses in Tentans, to be honest, because horses eat a lot. And they need, wheat and grass and roughage, which you don't really get in, the frozen tundra.
Hmm. So no horses then. Okay. I guess we're walking.
Yeah. So the thing is,
Any bison? No, probably not.
bison. There's deer. Do you want to ride a deer?
Yes.
You can't. Their spine would snap under your ass.
God damn it. At least feel good. Already.
Sounds like fun.
What?
Yeah, it's just veal for dinner.
Yeah, venison.
It's a
Speaking
job
of,
for
when
them.
does my venison expire? I need to know if I should use it.
What?
Sorry. I have a mini fridge in my office and I'm storing venison in there until I get around to eating it. Okay. I need to eat it this week.
in your office.
What?
The fact that you don't recognize that as weird is all that needs to be said.
I just love the idea, like other streamers, they open their fridge, there's like, different like soda waters there, and like favorite snacks, some chocolate bar, maybe like an energy bar
Hey, I
when
have
they need
Swiss
it.
rolls. I have
It's wrong.
I have water. I have milk.
And the
I have
pizza-
sunflower seeds. Why are sunflower seeds in the mini fridge?
to
Alright, moving on.
to flavor the venison, I guess.
Let's move on.
That wouldn't be you.
So,
So we're walking. How long is the walk? Like a day or two?
12 miles.
Oh, that's it. That's
Oh,
like
it-
half a day then.
No, just, things are not that far away from each other. It's all difficult terrain.
Oh. So like a day probably.
Yeah, if you travel that on difficult terrain, like a normal travel pace, around 1 day of travel.
It's like 20
if
something miles normally, right? So, yeah.
yeah, but like I said, it's difficult terrain.
Yeah, so like a full day.
Yeah, but if nothing comes,
Untoward happens, yes.
for example, a snowstorm,
There's no snow.
but that can happen anytime.
Yeah, but like how much is it going to snow in 8 hours?
Enough to cover you.
A
not
foot.
Slightly more difficult terrain. We do want to get clothes though before we leave. Right? Do you plan to do that? Get like better cold weather clothes
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh yeah.
so that we don't freeze to death in the north.
Right?
Also, general supply run might not be the worst plan. I don't know what would be available here, but
They have dried reindeer, they have salted reindeer, they have pickled reindeer.
do they have healing potion reindeers?
Do they have like skinned reindeer?
Fucking reindeer
Honestly?
meat filled with healing potion.
Honestly, reindeer tastes amazing. Like caribou? Fuck yeah.
Reindeer like marinated in healing potions.
So, then you will be heading in town, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And Rinshender. So, as you leave the palace of the speaker behind, palace is in quotes. You start heading back towards the center of town. Amalti says to you, yeah, getting some provisions could be a good idea. You can never know what might happen when moving between cities. One time I got snowed in for 2 days.
Hmm.
Although we should be fine in these warm summer days. Meanwhile, the cold wind just chills you to the bone of the wrist, and you feel your teeth gnashing.
Mm.
Um, as you walk back to the sort of main central road, you walk past Calvin's Comfort, and you see the door still locked, the windows shuttered. Maybe he'll be up later in the evening. But you arrive at the center of the town, at the marketplace, or market square, rather.
Hmm.
You see some stalls manned, not all of them, as it is the end of the season. You see stalls selling freshly caught knucklehead trout, some hardy vegetables, reindeer meat, and other sorts of handicrafts. Simple tools for trades, items for home use. Nothing really that you need beyond perhaps some to refill your rations, although you're quite good on rations.
Mm.
The two shops that are like real shops that catches your eye is you see on one side of the market is a small shop, and by the judging by the smoke billowing out of the chimney next to it, smithy to the north seems to be some sort of blacksmithing shop. And to the west, you see this large trade house looking building with a second floor. As you walk around, you see that above the small blacksmith shop, it says on a soot covered sign, black iron blades. And on the large trade house like building, on a beautifully painted, although somewhat faded sign, says Rendaril's Emporium.
Renderil's Emporium?
Rendaril's Emporium.
Imagine there's no display window.
No. Glass is expensive.
And easily broken into.
Uh, I'm gonna approach it.
Alright, I'll go with.
Um, as you step up to the door, a little silver bell tingles above as you swing it open. Immediately, a wind rushes in past you. slamming the door out of your hand against a large wooden cabinet. A sort of middle-aged looking half-elven man who has been seemingly asleep on the counter, sort of straightens up and looks in your direction. Oh, good day to you, fine gentleman and lady. Please, come in, just close the door behind you.
Of course.
Walk in.
Yeah.
Perhaps you want to do the talking.
Me? I'm a little shaken from earlier. Addressed.
As you step in, the man seems to be fully awake now, and he walks out from behind the counter and approaches you. So, what you're looking for? Perhaps something, a nice accessory for the lady or for the gentleman? He sort of pulls this wooden case off one of the shelves, lifting up the lid, showing these beautifully carved scrimshaw accessories. There's like a hairpin, some bracelets, these interlocking chains carved out of fishbone, forming these sort of chain earpieces where they lock onto your ear in multiple places and connect them by these carved chain links.
Ooh.
Or perhaps something to keep you warm for the night. And he sort of grabs this large bulbous bottle. It's not full by any means, but you see it's sort of filled with. The glass is very dark, but you can still make out this sort of crimsonish brown liquid inside.
Uh,
Hmm.
Updated imaging.
Yeah, I see. I liked mine better. This is also isn't the wait, no, it is correct. I was like, isn't the eye patch should be over the magic eyeball, but no, because the other eye hole is empty.
Yep.
Fun.
We're more looking for some clothing for, well, the harsh winter outside. You can see we're a little bit underdressed given the
Climate.
situation.
Ah, yes, I have the finest Yeti fur that you can get.
Yeti fur, interesting. Can't say I've ever worn Yeti fur before, but sure.
He steps up to this double-doored cabinet, and he pulls the door open and then swings this metal rod out with these fur-lined cloaks. They are clearly very decorative. Like there's embroidery and sort of a fur cuff on the arms. The fur is perfectly snow white, but the coat itself is this like deep brown color with crisscrossing patterns of needlework.
Ooh. That's beautiful. If I may be so bold.
Oh yes, the finest handcrafted work of Dantans.
What would something like this run us? If we were to get, let's say, one for each of us.
He sort of considers you looking at the bulk of Wave for a moment, and then the small stature of Finn. How about 20 gold pieces for one, including adjustments if required?
That's a little steep, isn't it? 20 gold pieces for a simple coat?
How dare you, sir, for simple coats? Like I said, these are the finest handcrafted Yeti fur coats in all of 10 Downs.
Hey, can I
Can
look
I-
into his face and see how genuine he's?
Yeah, like, he's. I know showmanship.
Do you need to really?
Not
No,
necessarily.
but I wanna confirm it.
Yeah. Like,
Sure. Well, the thing is, you don't really know, how are the prices here.
Very
might be-
true.
20
Wait,
gold.
Is Amalfi with us right now?
I think she left. She stayed in the market. She's buying some like rations for herself.
that makes
Okay.
sense. Like, I don't know, there's a lot of showmanship going on. You know?
He's a salesman.
Yeah, I know, and I know, like, showmanship is kind of part of their deal. But,
He's trying to sell you good quality winter clothing.
You know what? I'm feeling generous today. Let's say 80 gold for the lot of them.
Rip off this poor man.
You need to check or something?
Sorry?
You need to check or something?
You're trying to
trying to barter.
roll to barter.
80 gold
mean,
does
Cole, I
seem
realize,
pretty
look at
fair.
Well, I got to say, you caught me at quite a late time in the market. I haven't got that much of a choice, so I'm willing to go down for 90 gold pieces for the 5 of you.
Oh,
Hmm.
that's just all the money we have. We don't really have any more than that. Sorry. It's 80 gold or nothing.
Yeah, we've been traveling a while, and supplies have been expensive, and we're underdressed, and we even knew we were coming here. We just didn't really know how cold it is.
Oh, I'm certain such powerful adventurers as yourself would carry more than 80 measly gold on yourself.
No, I have a little
Normally
bit more,
we
but
do, but these are not normal times. We haven't.
we also need to buy food and stuff. So we're running a little bit dry.
You feel me?
We are.
You never really know what situation you can find yourself in.
Also, strangely, we've been helping all these people. Nobody decides to pay us.
Because you don't.
You know what?
Right,
That's
dangerous,
very
too.
true.
I don't think you ever asked for money per se.
True.
I mean,
True.
we don't
But
need
he
it,
doesn't
we
need
just-
to know that.
Yeah, he doesn't need to know that. What he doesn't know won't kill him.
I'm just trying to think about was there any time where you guys actually asked for a reward?
Nope.
Nope.
Like you were
We're
always
not those people.
like, you were
We're not those-
often given a reward.
Yeah, we're not those people. We just don't have so many.
Yeah, we
These
don't
shit.
ask for
You just
things,
take the
but
money.
if we take it, if it's offered, we don't
People
turn
are
it down.
helping, yeah. Honestly, we don't need to barter here, but it's fun.
It's very fun.
Well, in that case, unfortunately, I am not able to help you. I am certain there are other establishments that are able to give you the necessary clothing for your ventures.
All right.
No worries. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
I'll turn around immediately and start.
Yeah, immediately if we turn around and start to go.
Right. So you walk out of the Emporium.
Intent on giving possibly another business our gold.
Is there another business that
yeah.
we can find that we can give our gold?
Amalti is standing outside with a bag filled with root vegetables and others. Oh, I thought you were going to get yourself some clothes.
Oh, we were, but that guy's trying to rip us off.
Oh, that's odd. Well, he rips up off everyone, but not that hard.
Someone who is invited to visit or stay in someone's home.
What the fuck? Google just decided to go nuts on me.
No, I don't think they were invited to stay at someone's home.
Well, is there anyone
Well,
else
yeah,
in the town?
We made what we thought was a reasonable offer, and he turned us down. So
What you gonna do? We aren't made of money.
Well, if you need, I can lend you some.
Is there really no other trader in the whole town?
Not really.
Are you telling me that in this biggest settlement in the 10 towns, there's one trader who sells clothes?
He is the trader.
We can just look for one in East Haven. We aren't going back in there. That's embarrassing. That's not happening. That's not.
nah, we can't do that.
Yeah, no, we can't compromise.
You know how much 80 gold is? 80 gold is enough for people to live off of for a year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
There is no
It's like-
reasonable word
He's trying to make his year.
by selling 5 goats.
No, the thing is, like, fine clothes are like 15 gold piece.
Yeah.
But he's selling you actually clothes that are for cold weather
Mm-hmm.
that are fine. So yeah, like
Yeah, that's fine. Also a bulk deal.
he's definitely trying to make money on you.
Oh,
His
100%.
wasn't completely, insane.
He's not selling
yeah.
any of those for 20 gold pieces per goat in this city.
Oh no,
So,
he's
you know,
selling this to like locals. He's
Yeah,
selling
for
this
like 10
fucking
gold.
merchants that come here with all their money to buy, and they don't think that they need the warmest clothes possible.
Mm-hmm.
And you just showed up, flaunting all your fucking magical items and fine clothes.
My
And
clothes
that's
are
it.
torn.
Can we get some fine some nice clothes for us so we are not cold? So he's just trying to get money out of you like he does with every stupid merchant that comes here unprepared.
Unlucky.
Yeah, unlucky.
Very unlucky.
Let's hope you get something in saving.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
So you can take it off the back of some poor sod who dies in the cold.
Or I could just dominate this person's brain
You
and
could.
give
You
them
could absolutely
Yeah.
do that. Do you want to go back and do it?
No.
No, why are you tempting him, Hig?
The best. It would be.
It would be
He's
so
a
easy.
half-elf, so he could, have some resistance to being charmed, but not completely.
He could have all the advantages he wants. He's not gonna make that save.
That's fair.
Right. But it is summertime. I'm sure nothing bad will happen on the way.
I'm sure. And worst comes worst, we have a dome.
That takes
Yeah.
10 minutes to set up.
Or 1 minute, depending on if we can use a spell slot.
Yeah. And you're definitely not going to die of.
Hig, we're level 13 adventurers. We're not gonna die to cold. It's fine.
You're not going to die to exhaustion, to heat exhaustion.
No.
I believe in you. So, at the best, it is completely fine. So, with your new invigoration of not being ripped off, you start making your way down the east way. The road is much like the one you came in on. There's a single track of wheels, well, a pair of tracks, I guess, leading in the muddy, slightly frozen but slightly alive tundra ground. As you walk on the sides, you still see the struggling vegetation trying to get the most out of these short summery months. Would you all give me a divine guidance roll, please? It's not like you need, guidance because you have a multi with you.
Mm-hmm.
She knows the way.
Mm-hmm.
And you also just need to follow a road.
Is that my dice? No, that's not my dice. Fuck.
Yeah, but we've struggled with directions before, so.
I think
14,
you did
16,
get
8.
lost in a tunnel before.
You need one from from.
I think
Hager,
we
right?
did.
Just-
I'm going to say these three will do now. Maybe next time I'm going to ask for a full party divine guidance roll, but that's going to be good enough for now. So, the day passes slowly. The sun beams down on you, giving you a little warmth, but it feels that it's immediately taken away by this howling wind that seems to find its way no matter what you do under your clothes, chilling your skin, drying the sweat from your brow, and carrying this odd, deafening howl on and on and on. But MLT seems to be in a good mood. As you travel on throughout the day, she tells you more about the cities that you are going towards. So you see, East Haven is, well, it's sort of the newest town to the 10. It used to be just this small hamlet with very little to it, but it grew to be one of the largest of the 10 towns. Well, after, of course, Prince Shander and Targos. Has grown quite a little fleet, and some say it is the best place to live in all 10 towns. I like it. It's people's a bit more friendly, I feel.
What about where we're headed? East Haven.
That's where
What's that like?
where you're headed.
That's what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought she said Bryn Chandler.
No. I said smaller than Bryn Shander, but still one of the grew up to be one of the largest settlements.
I assume
that
it's some kind of fishing settlement, assume, because it's on the lake.
Well,
Or do they do other stuff?
they all are, really. There's not much to do in 10 towns. Most people live off the lake. They fish, they sell the scrimshaw, they eat the fish. That's really what life is in this part of the world.
It'd be nice to get some kind of scrimshaw piece, for us, for my house. I haven't really seen any. How did that come to be the main source of revenue for the 10 towns?
Well, long story, to be honest. Well, not that long. Happened just a long time ago. Some people well, most likely running away from their past, or whoever was chasing them got this far into the north, settled down on the edges of the lake, made little communities, and slowly more and more people found refuge in this area. Then they lived off the land as much as they could. But it's been known by the barbarians that these fish bones could be carved. Some people realized that they could do it as well. Get the fish, carve it to tools that they needed. Not certain who it was, but I guess some people realized that this could be something that they could sell and trade begin. More and more traders, merchants came to the north to get bone carvings or just the bone materials. More and more people settled the lakes. And after a while, 10 towns grew out of nothing.
Hmm. What do you?
You have to understand, Lord Einsfog, I don't know if there's any people in the whole of 10 towns who moved here on their own volition. I feel all that who have come here came here because they have nowhere else to go.
Mhm. No, uh, there's a certain charm to that. People just doing what they can to survive.
I guess so. A lot of
Is
people.
there something?
Yes.
I was gonna ask if each town has some sort of unique quality or some sort of unique good they trade in besides the scrimshaw.
Most of the towns, their main product is scrimshaw. There are some with some different things. Well, different things they manage. For example, Bremen. We talked about. Bremen is known for. Well, it's a odd thing, really. You see, oftentimes, um, it's a place for prospectors, travelers, and treasure hunters. It sits on the in the sort of northwestern shore of Mar Dolden, and for for many years, all sorts of oddities and trinkets and such have washed ashore there.
Hmm.
Oh, and
Any idea where these trinkets have come from?
well, by the lake, of course.
No, but like before, they must have been. They must have come from somewhere to the lake, right? So the lake just spit out trinkets.
Have you never heard about the trinket pooping the fish? There are legends of sorts that say that the warrior kings of the barbarians had a ship they wished to sail into the the sea of moving ice. They built it on the lake to sail it down the river, but I recall it was something along the gods turned against them, and the lake monster pulled the ship down into the depths.
Lake monster?
I haven't seen
That
any, to
sounds
be
interesting.
honest. I've been in that lake. I haven't seen any kind of monster. Although it's not the nicest lake.
Are the
But,
lakes here frozen year round?
oh no. They freeze during winter, but now they are sailable. This is the prime fishing time. Oh, and also Tourmaline. Tourmaline is well known for its mining.
They mine there.
Uh, as the name would suggest, tourmaline.
Oh, that makes sense.
I would just say that you would sort of know that is a sort of gem. It is sort of like a long crystal like mineral. Comes in many different colors. It's sort of a fancy stone. It's quite valuable.
Yep.
Actually, Drish, give me an Arcana check.
Ooh, Arcana, that's nice. Arcana. Nope.
You think like tourmaline has some sort of magical properties? Like you heard it once, but you're not quite sure if that was just a throwaway comment, or they're just talking about how a gem can be used for magical purposes, like how you use it as some ingredients for some spells.
How are the people here, other than, lifetime criminals? I'm sure there have been generations born that are not paying for the sins of their father.
Oh, of course, but with not much to your name, what you can get from selling Scrimshaw to the merchants, could you really start a life anywhere else? And at the same time, is a life going to be better than what you make here with friends, family?
Even so strange that nobody tries to get out.
Oh no, many people come and go. Living here is not for the faint of heart. Some people who try to escape here don't last long, and they leave us the same way they came, looking for another place to hide. And of course, others who have had enough of the howling wind, the frozen nights, and the hardship of life here leave as well. Although, I suppose not all of them make it out.
Harsh realities of life on the frontier, I guess.
I didn't quite get caught that, Artie.
Harsh realities of the life on the frontier, I guess.
Yep, absolutely. Oh.
Speaker back there. I, I'm sure you noticed that we were quite agitated about the mark on his head.
Well, yeah, most are. For me, it's I feel it's something. It's always something wrong when I near it. But after knowing a man for 20 years, it's something that you don't see anymore, I guess.
Guess he spent a lifetime paying for his sins, whatever they were.
Well, it matters not. He was elected speaker by the people of Prince Shander. He has led those forces against the undead and the raiding barbarians and all that attempted to take on Prince Shander and the other towns as well.
Seems there's more to that plan than meets the eye. Do you know the order that he came from? Do they have any presence in these lands? Hey, I'm
Don't-
forgetting. What was the order called?
The Order of Salumar.
Salomar, yes. It's like Tears Paladins, right?
Saruman. The Order of Saruman.
God damn them.
That would have been cooler. I
Saruman.
really wish it was called Saruman, but it is Salumar.
Let's change it.
They're
Nah,
basically Tears Paladins, right?
I don't want to infringe on
Yeah.
Salumar.
Eee.
Yeah, but
They're
they
basically
infringed on
just
your game.
they're basically just Paladins of Tear, right?
There are other like paladin orders to tier. Salumar is just one of them. Basically, like started by a paladin of Tyr and his brothers.
Mhm.
They just sort of
So-
started this paladin order, and one of them's still around,
Mhm.
and the other one is kind of still around.
So, have you heard of this Order of Salomar?
Oh, of course I've heard of them. They are well known all throughout the north.
Do you happen to know anyone of the order?
Other than our prestigious speaker, of course.
Oh, I never known him to be the member of that order.
Well, the mark on his head would say otherwise.
Yes, it could be. Although, like I said, I don't know much of his past. It's not something you would really talk about, I would say. But yes, you could be right. He could be a former member of the order.
Hmm.
But
Any
no,
other members of
I
the
don't know
order?
anyone else. I I would assume they have no reason to come this far north other than perhaps following some sort of criminal on their pursuit for justice.
Have they ever been spotted in the Ten Towns?
I don't think I've met any of them, but that doesn't mean they haven't been around here. I'm certain none of them settled here. I would have heard of that. If there is a small temple in Bryn Shander that is partially dedicated to Tyr. Perhaps they have heard if they have ever visited.
Would
It
you
is
be able
called.
to show us more?
It is the House of the Triad. They
Have we left the
dedicated.
city at this point?
Yeah, like it is happening like on the way as you travel.
I don't know.
Yeah. So yeah, the House of Triad is sort of the city's temple in Bryn Shander. The one temple basically. It's dedicated to Tyr, Torm, and Ilmater.
Perhaps when we make our way back there, we'll visit the House of Triad. Well, anyway, onwards.
But yeah, so basically, just to give you a bit of a broader idea, everyone in Tentans is not a criminal. So it's not like that, really. It's just people who might have lost their homes might find their way here. people who have, fallen out of luck and in great depth. These sort of swords, or people who just don't really fit in with, the southern society. People who are much, find it living better to live on the frontier, to live their way of life as they want to. They're most of the people. Oh, did I lose someone? Did I lose? Did we
Did
lose
you?
someone?
Did we?
I heard a ping.
Gone.
Gonny has fallen off. Maybe his internet died again.
Maybe. Give him a minute, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh god. So tired.
I'm going to ask you guys honest feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys want to spend much time in 10 towns?
I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Because the thing is, like, you can practically do an entire campaign in this area. Like, that is the rhyme of the Frost Maiden or whatever it's called is about.
I mean,
I
maybe not that long.
I don't plan to do a full campaign, but like my idea is that you guys would visit all 10 towns practically.
Mm.
Like 7 of them, because I'm grouping these 3 under one.
Mm.
I mean,
I'm
that
probably,
sounds fun.
yeah, I think it's a fun area. No? Generally.
It's sort of like
Seems
it's
interesting.
gathering info, finding out stuff, and earning the trust of the people in 10 towns. Generally being fucking heroes or whatever.
Mm. Yeah, I'm enjoying Penthouse Run.
Yeah,
It's
I
As
just
am
don't
I.
want you guys, like not enjoy, this backwaters because you want to like get on with the adventure.
No, it's fine. Don't worry
This
about
in
it.
and of itself is an adventure.
The
You
thing is,
know?
like, I have to say, like, these are small little communities with small little community problems.
Okay, so we can go beat up someone's HOA if they're pissing them off or some shit.
You guys talked over each other, and I didn't get either of you. So, Squirrel,
Sorry.
you first.
If you want, we can go, like, beat up someone's HOA or some shit. It'll still be fun.
Right? What about you, Hardy? What did you say?
I just think, like, by the time we're done with the 10 towns, they have no problems left. Okay?
Yeah, because you burned it all to the ground and mind controlled
No.
everyone into your undead servants.
No, that's Miratma.
Connie, what about you? Are you back? You have your mic muted apparently. What's going on with good old Connie? He's lost in the discords.
Hello?
Hello,
Hi.
Connie.
Yeah. No, my Discord crashed on my laptop, so I just moved over to my phone.
All right. So what I was going to say about there's all sorts of folks here, but it's all like outcasts for many different reasons. Most of them live off the fish trade, like selling fish and selling the scrimshaw. There are like other people who are like fur trappers, selling the deer hides and whatever else they can catch in this land. Some are merchants who are like gathering the scrimshaw and then making the trips to like Luskan to sell it. But most of the time it is merchants who come up to the north to buy the scrimshaw and then leave. There are a couple like people who are like mercenaries who are like working to protect the towns. Like all the people you've seen on the walls, those are practically mercenaries that the town pays to be guards. And of course there are criminals and other less reputable types all over. Because when you escape from your criminal ways, you bring your criminal ways with you.
Yeah. Gonna get dropped off the server. Connie?
Connie?
I'm not. I dropped off the server.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You might want to refresh that.
Yeah. I thought
Alright,
my
onwards.
Yeah. Do you have any
internet was crashed.
question to MLT that you would want to ask?
No, not right now.
Is there anything that we should know about operating in East Haven? Or any of the other 10 towns? Is there some sort of custom? Should we expect anything? We also noticed that it was a struggle to get a place to stay at. Is everyone here just not really, welcoming to newcomers?
Well, people are difficult to trust others. That's for sure.
I mean, that makes sense.
East Haven has the largest fishing fleet in all of 10 towns.
We will get to have some local delicacies when we're down there.
Although, watch your pockets. There are quite a lot of pickpockets in East Haven, if I recall.
I'm putting all my loose change into the bag.
I think just Emma carrying it probably the best idea.
Yeah,
Probably.
she's the best person to get to be pickpocketed.
No, I mean, she has like absurd passive perception, doesn't she?
Yeah, but
It-
she also gets horny.
In theory.
She's aware
Yeah, but
of
don't
it.
we all?
You know, I just put like a vaguely attractive young woman on the roads. You know, she just gives her a hug, and all her magical items and money gone.
Yeah,
Emma,
Emma
you're not
gets
allowed to
picked
touch.
easily.
Emma, you're not allowed to touch any women while we're down there.
MLT just walks next to Emma.
Yeah, no, we know. We just don't comment.
Emma's like the
Wow.
Evan version of jizz in my pants.
No.
Yo, is Emma walking funny?
No! Emma's not walking funny.
We
Yeah.
don't know that.
We don't know that. What the fuck is that
Yeah, we don't.
supposed to mean? Right. But after a day of travel or so, as the sun begins to set, ahead of you, you see thin strands of smoke rising from a town. And in the town, you see still some ships out on the water, getting their last catch of the day before the darkness of the night. Ahead of you is East Haven.
Mm.
Does it have like a town? It doesn't have a wall or anything, right? It's just like a.
No, it is sort of a. So, like I said, it is one of the larger settlements in 10 towns, but it's still sort of a shanty town in that regards.
Also, like on a hill, right?
What do you mean?
In the picture, it looks like it's on a hill.
Well, it's closer to the to the foothills of the spine of the world. If you give me uno momento, I am going to give you a map.
Of East Haven. Of East Haven.
The fuck was that?
I was stretching.
That was.
Of
Jeez.
East Haven.
East Haven. There's gold in those hills, I say.
Remind me again, what was the problem in East Haven again?
East
Pickpockets.
Haven is the intermediary between the other two closed towns, so they're most likely to give us a full overview of the picture.
Not that they are intermediaries, just the other two are even like these three are practically rivals in this lake. But East Haven is further to the east, so it has sort of its own fishing area, while the other two are literally like
Goodmead and Dugan's Hole.
no, the other lake.
Oh, okay. It's further west of the other two.
Yes, sorry, yeah. So it's essentially it's further south from the other two. So as it is further away, it has its own like fishing area, but the other two are constantly like at each other's throat, really to see who gets the best fishing spots in the lake, and because of that, they are constantly in conflict with each other. Yes, doesn't help that they're also like very competitive.
I'm trying to Morphe and say, these like Cadanaval and Kekonic haven't really faced any incursions from the undead, have they? Or at least not on the scale of the ones near Benchander.
Yes, but I visited both of them when I went to all 10 towns. They said they seen some odd figures in the dark, but no attacks, thankfully. Well, if there was any, they would just blame it on each other. But
Looks like that
for
is
some reason, their disputes were getting more and more, well, aggressive.
You
Fishing,
think it's in relation to the cult, or
well, they are always at each other's throat, but never this violent. You see, this season wasn't a good season for anyone on Left Sheer. They haven't had any good catch, really, and that puts all of them in a foul mood. And they often blame each other.
Well, when we get there, maybe we can find some kind of common ground.
Yeah, I just really hope it's going to end more peacefully than usually. Like
Who are the
Nicholas said,
speakers?
we don't want anything like the Red Voters.
Who are the speakers in these two settlements? What do you know of them?
The current speaker of Karkönig is Shermont.
Is Shermont?
Shermont, just Shermont. As I said, is Shermont.
Okay.
He's a he's a bastard, I would say, in every aspect in his life. Just he's a strong leader. He's a good fisherman, but not a good person. He always says that he has some ancestral tie to the nobles. who built the castle. But nobody believes that. Well, the best. For all the shagging those people did, absolutely possible. Right. I'm mixing the two fucking towns up. Sorry, give me a moment.
Guys, I need like 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, no worries.
Alright,
I'm going to
thank you.
figure
Wait,
out in the
so-
meanwhile which town is fucking which because they all the fucking same.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I was absolutely wrong. So the issue with Kerr Koenig, there's nothing interesting about Kerr Koenig.
Oh, like origin.
No, like the thing is, like most of these towns don't have anything about them. They don't have like exciting history. They don't have heroes. They don't even have like many like buildings in them.
Ah, okay.
So like Kerr Koenig has like 100 people living in it, or probably less. It's a collection of small houses and hovels with like 3 piers, a small market, and that's it. You know, they have
Like it's literally a fishing village.
yes, it has one supply shop, it has one like tavern, and like a pub, and that's it. It
Damn.
has like a ruined castle, but I wasn't talking. I mixed up because the other castle is more important than this one.
Ah, okay. No.
Like I would say this the entirety of Kerr Koenig is like a mild wide.
Oh. Oh wow. Okay.
So the thing is like Cardinal is slightly more interesting.
Slightly.
Yeah, because like it used to have like this sort of noble people who have built a castle there that is still like there.
Mm,
It was like a noble family from Cormier who tried to settle here and build like their own like land and business, but then they were driven out, and they
from
just left.
Cormier. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, they left the castle, but they
That's
were
pretty far away
displaced.
now.
Right, that's like I said, Gonny. This place is the collection place of people who have nowhere else to go.
Yeah. True.
But yeah, like so. For example, if you open like East Haven's card, you see that they have a little like symbol, well, not symbol, like a bit of heraldry. And like
Wait.
if
What
you
do you say?
so
Open their card.
yeah, like if you click on the double click on the thing, if you open the notes,
Oh, okay.
you see their emblem.
You said open the notes, right?
Yeah, so if you double click on the city, it should open the note.
No, I can't click on the city.
Oh, give me a moment. Do it now.
You mean like, oh, okay, like you did with Brinchander. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically, I'm showing you every time you open a new one. Like if you open Brinchander, you see their symbol is like
Yeah, like how you described it.
a strand of wheat with the 2 antlers on a shield. And if
Mhm.
you look at East Haven, it's quite good symbolism, like how the tower stands between the blue and the red, as if it's sort of a town between the two lakes, Dineshire and Redwaters.
Yeah.
But
No, I can see what you're saying.
guess what's the fucking symbol of Kerkönig?
Just a fish.
Just a fucking fish, yes.
That makes sense.
Like, how fucking boring is that?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but every single town is a fishing town.
Yeah, we gotta be proud of your heritage. There's gotta be an OG fishing town. Are
Yeah,
they the only ones that are fishable?
well, Care Dinaval has a fish on it, but it also has a tower and a redfish. So it's not like they're all the only one with a fish, but
Yeah, but they're the only one that like where the fish is like their whole personality.
yeah. Just, how bad you need to be fish your whole personality.
Yeah, that's a good. I kind of like East Haven's one.
Yeah, like I said, it is the best place to live in the entire 10 towns, most likely.
Have you got a favorite?
Hmm?
Have you got a favorite like columns?
I can't really tell you. I'll be back in just a moment.
Nah, no. Worries.
All right, I'm here. Everybody here? Anybody here? No, are they
I
still
was
back
still
there?
waiting for Audie.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I just suddenly got to piss so hard I had to run.
Nah, no worries.
Oh,
It'd be like that sometimes, man.
but yeah. So yeah, I would say, these three towns I'm going to sort of lump together as one because they're sort of close by, so you guys can just visit them all in this time period. Like figure out what's what's the deal, what's the situation here, and then you can go to the other towns dealing with their problems as well. No, I'm just saying because while you were off, I asked Ordy and Squirrel like if they're okay with like hanging around this place. Are they having fun, or like should we just get done with this place?
Well, the 10
Because
sound.
yes, the thing is like there's so much you can do here. Like you could run an entire campaign in this setting. Like the rhyme of the Frost Maiden is a whole campaign in 10 towns.
Okay.
That was made
What
for
did they say?
5e. So I was just like yeah, they're fine. So I'm not planning to plan a whole run a whole campaign here, but I do sort of plan for you guys to sort of go around, be heroes, deal with the town issues, get the people's trust, things like that.
I mean, that was my thing when Ardy was like, "Oh, we should tell him about the hammer." I was like, "This brother does not trust us."
Yep.
Yeah, we got a lot of work to do.
Oh, and I'm fully hoping I can give Finn another like, this is how you're a hero lesson.
Oh, really?
Because you fucking failed, aren't you? For
Oh,
being
as
a
a hero?
hero. Yeah.
Not entirely.
Running away from trouble.
Oh. Yeah, I had a bit of a brain fart. I can't lie to you, man.
No, it was perfect to be honest.
Well, I did investigate it.
No,
I'm
you
here.
turning away. I think it worked very well. Worked very well.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, Squirrel, you're here.
Yes, I forgot to unmute my mic.
No worries. All right, so where were we? Yeah, I was talking about the towns and East Haven and whatever. But yeah, now you should be able to click on East Haven. It's set up.
The big fat knucklehead.
The pet trout.
So you're coming sort of in on the east way
Mm-hmm.
into town, much like Bryn Shander. It's practically all single-story low buildings. Some built into the ground for, retaining the most heat you can get. Um, it sits into this sort of small basin surrounded by these small hillocks that seems to protect it from some of the wind from at least some sides, but across the lake it's still the wind blows into town, rippling the water as you look down onto the many docks with ships already returning in the night.
Mm-hmm.
You see, even around this area, there are a lot of buildings that seem to be newly built, as in they seem to be made out of fresh lumber. This is a growing town, clearly.
Sorry, Egward.
I
It's a
finished
growing
saying
town.
it is like you see fresh buildings built. While Bryn Shander was surrounded by its walls and sort of squeezed in, this town is clearly spreading out in all directions.
Hmm. All right. Well, do you think we just head straight to the speaker, or probably better to just rest for the night and then be about it in the morning? Yeah.
Oh yes, I'm certain we can meet the speaker tomorrow. She should be able to give us an idea of how bad things are.
Right. Very well. where do you reckon we bed down for the night? Is there a inn, perhaps, where the proprietor isn't fast asleep after a few too many drinks?
Which one should Amarty suggest to you? Hmm. The Big Fat Knucklehead sounds like a fun place, but I think that's just a tavern.
The big fat knocker does sound good.
That sounds like a wonderful spot.
Oh, White Lady Inn seems like a fun place as well.
Mm-hmm. Also close by.
But I think this is the best location for all of you.
What?
Um, well, East Haven has quite a few nice spots. But perhaps if we go to Benrock's Mithril Pot, he's a trustworthy fellow.
Alright.
And it's close by to the speaker's home.
Even better.
Hey,
Yeah? Yeah? What's up, Artie?
fixed. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you again. I don't know what the
Yeah.
fuck happened there.
Oh, you couldn't hear us? Sorry. I think
No,
it's
it's
just
fine.
Discord today, like Discord being
No,
Discord.
no, no. Is this my?
Oh, really?
We get a little bit weird, yeah.
Oh, I love how, I work with like historical information that is sort of appropriate to our timeline, quote unquote, for the Forgotten Realms. But at the same time, stuff, was made for 5th edition for the Rime of the Snow Maiden. But at the same time, this map is 4th edition, which is in between the two.
Fun.
Well, that's what you get when you don't make up your own setting.
Mhm.
Nevertheless, you move into town. As the sun is setting, you see a couple more people sort of scurry towards their home. As you're passing through, you see fishermen returning as well. Some people pulling large carts, heavily laden with fish. It seems that at least these people today had a good catch. Although, to you, it might not be obvious, but those fish are very small. Like, we could say that what you heard about the knucklehead trout, when it's like properly sized, it's like 50 pounds. And could be up to like 70 pounds. Those are the real ones that you use for its bone. Like the ones they are carrying are mostly for meat, Simba. Or best for meat. You get like one set of earrings out of this one. Definitely not a mantelpiece. But yeah, as you pass through town, the sun is setting rapidly. But you do reach a cozy-looking building. The building is set into the ground. Only the roof sticking out, making it look like almost like a tent. There is a large double door on the front. One of the wings is open, and you see a staircase leading downwards.
Okay.
I'm gonna head in.
Amalthi sort of leads the way. Ah, come along. It's always very nice and warm down here. As you head further down the stairs, you see these scones set into the wall, lit, providing all the light. As you head further and further down, and you begin to hear a bit of a ruckus. But not only ruckus, but a bit of music.
Mm.
And as you reach the bottom of the stairs, you realize that this deep in the ground, the howling wind is drowned out.
Huzzah.
Amalti opens the door in front of you, and you step into a mithril pot. A basement tavern with arched ceilings, burning torches set in scones illuminating a nice cozy environment. Wooden benches with men and women, a fireplace blazing with a great roaring campfire, with some sort of four-legged animal being rotated in front of it. It's fairly large, definitely bigger than a dog.
Why is there ice cream truck in the
Somebody's
background?
music coming through.
Mm.
Oh, that's me. It's coming from my laptop. Hang on. Let me
sorry.
mute. How's that, Bell?
Yeah, thanks you. And as you walk in, people sort of heads turn towards you, and Amalti smiles and sort of raises his hands in sort of in a gesture of Jesus, brain not functioning well. It's like a greeting, sorry, and cheers go up. People raise their flagons towards her. Some people.
Apparently you're quite popular.
Come on, it's well, I do my best, and some people recall when you help them. So come on, let us get a table.
Mm-hmm.
On the sides, you see two musicians, one with a little round drum, the other with some sort of woodwind instrument providing some entertainment. But MLT is leading you through the crowd. Some people sort of smiling at people and them smiling back at her. Other people raising their flagons in her direction. But she's sort of leading you towards the bar itself. Standing behind the bar, seemingly he must be on top of something, because that is a very tall dwarf otherwise. He seems fairly old. You see many, many white strands in his beard, but still the red color of it stands out, giving him a sort of orangish beard. He's completely bald on the top of his head, though, with only a very thin line of hair running from his ear to his back of his head to his other ear. As Amalti approaches, he smiles wide, and you see many missing teeth in his crooked look.
He's like a mousey,
What? He's like a
because he's
what?
missing the tooth. So he's like a mousey. How was he?
Jesus. I don't know why I didn't get that, but that's horrible. Lose an inspiration point.
Wait, why am I losing an inspiration point for that?
Damn!
Because that was horrendous.
What? Why was that horrendous?
Oh my god.
So, he tosses the rag he was using to clean a cup to the side and reaches out with a hand sort of clasping Amalti's. Let's see. Welcome back, Elf. Always good to have you.
Oh, so that's always good to have you.
So, what's it gonna be? Just a drink, food? You need rooms? Got some.
All of the above.
I see you were company. Who are these people? Amelty sort of steps to the side and says, "Oh, sorry. Yes, these are the Aegis. You know, the people who have been fighting that cult and being all heroic down south?" He sort of just looks at all of you, like, squints his eyes. You couldn't find a dwarf in your rank, are you? I'm just kidding with you. A good thing you're here.
I mean, if you're looking to join up,
We're always looking to recruit, so if you know any good dwarf,
You not find a good one here.
do you know any bad ones?
Finn.
Well, if you're into that kind of things, I can find you someone to warm your bed for the night.
yeah, Finn, perhaps you should find somebody to warm your bed for the night.
Perhaps.
Wait,
I mean, you've been shivering lately, haven't you?
wait, what? You can pay people to sleep in your bed, so by the time you get into it, it's nice and warm. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that exactly.
Yeah.
I think both Wave and Doran is looking at you. No, Doran doesn't give a fuck. I think Wave is definitely looking at disapprovingly. You know, he has been working. You know, he's worked in a brothel for quite long. He disapproves of your antics of the young.
Why though? Finn deserves some comfort.
So, well, sure, something can be arranged. Anyway, so what's it gonna be? Are you interested in my potage?
The fuck?
I'm sorry. We're,
What?
I don't speak Tentanian. What does potage mean?
That's exactly why I wanted you guys to come here. Six potage it is.
I guess that will do.
Might as well.
You see Amalti just sort of rolling her eyes. This song doesn't fucking work in this tavern. Way too uppity.
You said music was playing.
It wasn't. There wasn't music playing for you?
No, you said music was playing in the tavern, so I'm assuming it's quite up.
I guess so. I'm going to turn back the hurdies. Do I have a good like upbeat hurdy?
All hurdy sort of beat.
Nah. Ah, that's going to work. Yeah. So, you okay, Squirrel?
I'm
Getting the
fine.
hiccups? Do I need to traumatize you to scare away the hiccups?
No, I'm fine. I don't have hiccups.
Is that what you're telling yourself?
That's actually the way to get rid of hiccups. If you tell yourself you don't have hiccups, then you won't have hiccups. In theory.
So what if you hiccup again?
What you can also
Sorry.
do is lift your left arm up above your head and hold your breath for like 10 seconds.
Hey, I'm not torturing my diaphragm, no thanks.
Alright. So,
That counts.
Amalti leads you to side table where you all sit down.
Oh.
Mere moments later, the dwarf returns from the back and carrying a large plate. On that plate, he is carrying many, many bowls. And he puts it in front of each of you. And in it, you find this sort of fake-looking soup, or perhaps a stew. It's
Is it
filled with
tasty?
all sorts of pieces of vegetables, grains, and maybe some fish in it as well. Come on, give it a try. My famous potage.
Ah, don't mind if we do.
And he sort of puts a big jug in the center with some earthenware mugs. And he sort of slides in on one of the bench as well.
Oh, I thought you were saying we should like use the jugs to drink the potage.
Deep the jug, suck it out of it.
Yeah.
Put it in your face hole. Oh yeah. So, what brings you into Easthaven? You think those cultisty people are here? I tell you, they definitely are. Yeah. Amongst this scum, you wouldn't even notice them.
I look around the bar as he mentions it. Wait, sorry, did he mention his name?
Well, you know his name.
All I know is that Squirrel has hiccups.
I'm telling you, and my body, I don't have hiccups.
He has no.
Oh, sorry.
He doesn't have hiccups.
It's fine.
Yeah,
It's not in your inventory.
yeah, that's true.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, hey, could you say his name again?
Well, you know, you're in Ben Rock's mithril pot, where what's it think his name is?
Ben Rock. Smith Rock, like Ben Rock.
Okay.
Try some potage. Does it taste like it sounds?
It's a stew. It has, you know, some root vegetable in it. It's thick.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah, okay,
it's
so
nice.
it's
It's not, you know, it's definitely, you know, not like those amazing like meals that you had in your noble banquets. It's, you know, it's a meal. It fills your belly. It's warm.
Hey, why are you acting like we've never like roughed it before? Like we are hooligans.
Yeah.
You know, someone's been having 4 different like giant banquet meals in Kelb.
Yeah, but like we remember where we came from.
Well, I
Also,
remember
Unlike
that
Stump.
literally
those
happened
are
on.
like those
Yeah.
are very much the exceptions. The rule is rations.
Like, I remember
And
literally
good
a day.
berries.
And
Oh,
Gooseberry, yeah.
yeah.
You could be having good berries now.
We could be. But
We
we've got
could be.
potage.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh. Why is the song not playing again? I want. Oh. Play me the hurdy.
Man wants his hurdy.
Bedrock just throws something at the music players to play again.
All reliable.
The crowd cheers. Anyway. So yeah, Bedrock asks you something.
He asked us about the cult.
I ask you what you're doing here.
Yeah, if we're like looking for the cult. And
Among
well,
other things.
yeah, besides trying your world-renowned potage,
Yeah, we've been told that there's been some issues with Gerconic.
Mm-hmm.
To see if we can perhaps help.
Those idiots are always at each other's throat.
Anything you've heard recently that's put you on edge?
Mm. Well, they have been throwing insults at each other more and more nowadays. But that's really nothing new.
anything a bit more salicylous?
Don't know what that word means, but I think if you're saying that bad things are happening, yeah, I'm sure the speaker will iron that out.
What's your speaker like anyway?
To the good woman. For a human, if you know what I mean.
Finn winks or tries to wink to express understanding.
Emma winks.
A Drift should also wink because at this point that brother is not human.
I have no eyes.
I don't think Adrish can wink.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, no, you
But
can't
you
really
have-
wink with, like, an eye patch.
You
Can
do
he
have
like?
Even if you have an eye.
Can you cause the like orb to like twitch? Not twitch,
Flicker.
but like glow. Yeah, flicker. That's what.
come out in a shadow tendril and wave around.
To throw a thumbs up with the shadow champion.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Adrish.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? Unleash your power in this tavern.
It sounds like a good plan.
Melt the brains of everyone standing here.
How about no?
But Benrock, have you heard of any other news? Maybe cultish or just anything out of the ordinary? We're still trying to get the lay of the land.
Well, I don't like to believe all sorts of rumors that people spread, but I say that the White Lady disappeared.
You mean from the tavern?
No, the White Lady is a spirit. People say they saw her rising from the waters oftentimes, especially the new moon, but nobody has seen her for quite a while, apparently.
Have you ever seen her?
Sorry, not the new moon, the full moon.
Have you ever seen her?
Ah, those are just Oh, just people believe all sorts of things.
Mhm.
Hmm.
So probably nothing then.
Yeah. But you came at a good time.
Oh,
In
Well,
what
what
sense?
makes you say that?
Well, maybe you can throw around some of your hero be things if you are what you say you are.
Oh, we're just here to talk to people, see how we
You
can help.
see, the
That's
speaker
about it.
said she invited those two knuckleheads, Jensen and Shermont, to have a talk. They'll sit them down, try to calm the fuckers. They should be here tomorrow.
Are they
Oh,
coming?
Oh,
That would be that
interesting.
saves
good
us a
timing.
journey. What is the current conflict about? Why are they agitated?
What always? Fuck. Knucklehead trout, like always, those goddamn idiots. Fighting over territory ever since their place existed.
Is there anything that's happened recently that's caused it to escalate?
What happens all the time? They find the big fish, the other one claims they took it from their territory, and then they go again. They grumble at each other, they fight, and someone catches a big fish again. I think their issue is they're not catching any big one now. They're all blaming each other for carrying away the big ones or whatever. I'm not a fisherman.
Hmm.
Hmm.
How do you even catch these fish?
Right?
How big are these fish when, just to put it into perspective?
He just sort of points his thumb towards the bar over his back. And as you look over, you see this big
Is there a
fucking
mounted one?
fish stuffed. Yeah, it's on like a mantle.
Oh.
That is one big fucking fish.
Yeah.
Isn't there any worry of overfishing here? Perhaps it's just that there's just not enough fish in the sea or in the lake, I guess.
How big is a knucklehead trout?
Focusing on the important things.
It literally just says that it's 50 to 70 pounds. Very, very adult and big. Sorry, what was the question? I was thinking about big fish.
Nick,
Those things are spawning and all throughout all winter when the water freezes, and then just come up to the. Anyway, they always want to catch the biggest one anyway. They throw back the small that they don't need.
hmm,
It's kind of like like tuna fishing. They only need the big ones because those give the ivory and those give the meat. They might catch smaller ones to to eat or to use their bones for a bit, but it is more along the lines of catch the biggest fish, sell all the meat, sell all the bone, and you're set for the year basically.
right. We were trying to find out if there's any, anywhere where we can acquire some warmer clothing for the winter. Anywhere you can recommend in town? Someone maybe who will not rip us off.
Yeah, certainly. Although, not sure about not getting ripped off. But talk with Pomab. There's a shop in the city center. There is all sorts of things.
Hmm. We looked into it. Thank you. Did you say POMAB?
Pomab.
POMAB?
Yep.
Okay. Well, best be off to bed then. Lots to do tomorrow.
Oh, come on. I'm sure you have some good stories. These people haven't heard anything about happening in the south except for the horror stories from the merchants. Come
Velema,
on, tell us some.
Velema, you want to get on stage? Regale these fine people with some tales of our travels?
I suppose I will. I might as well, actually. I am a bard. This is what I do. The only thing holding me back is my memory as a player. But yeah, I'll get on stage and tell stories that they might not have heard. Some of them good. Because I feel like they could use some good news because all they've gotten is, like, horror shit. So.
So what are you going to tell?
God damn it, Hick. The one question you weren't supposed to ask.
I know, right?
You certainly you must
Yeah,
have
one
at
joke.
least one good thing in this campaign that you at
I
least
mean, we've done so
Waterdeep
many.
got taken back. That's good, right? Like,
I don't think you were
True.
there.
Yeah, we were doing this.
yeah, we weren't there. But we know what
Maybe the
happened.
Silvery Moon defense story?
Oh, yeah! Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you.
You know, when all those soldiers died and
And
Alustria
the
got
city survived, lived on to fight another day.
And Silvery Moon
Yeah.
was not taken.
Silvery Moon stands.
Silvery Moon does stand.
Well, you know, the best of your knowledge for now.
God damn it, Hick.
Nah, that
Yeah.
storyline was scrapped, to be honest. Did I ever guys tell you about that storyline?
No.
What story?
No.
So there was a storyline for Dorin, but since you know it's unlikely at this point he's going to rejoin us, I don't think I'm going to go through with it. Basically, Silvery Moon would have been taken over by the cult as well, but not in a way as Waterdeep or Luskan was, but in a way where people would have been like convinced that Alustriel let the cult into the city, and with evidence and everything, and Alustriel would have admitted to it to save his other like his underlings. Like she would have admitted that you know, it was all my work, and I controlled my people's minds with magic to do my bidding. And
You would have
He would have
fallen
taken
on
the
the
heat,
sword.
basically.
yeah, basically she would have taken all the blame for it, and she would have been executed in front of you all.
Oh!
Wait, how are you planning for this to get to reach this point?
No, so basically, you wouldn't even know about all of this. Illustria would have sent like a sending message to Dorian to come back to Silvery Moon at a specific time, and that specific time would have been her execution, and she would have told Dorian not to do anything because if she's rescued, she cannot take the heat for the others, and they would have been executed as well.
You know we wouldn't have let that happen, right?
Yeah, like.
But the thing is, if Dorian was here, I would have, given him enough information to convince you not to do anything. Because, it would have been, a lot of bonding and growing between the two of them for him to trust Illustria enough to know when she tells you not to intervene, she means it. Because the thing is, she wouldn't have been dead. Because
That
she
makes
had a
sense.
clone.
It's a mystery. She would have figured it out.
And there would have been a bit of storyline where you would have need to find her clone and get her out of the vessel she was in.
Hey, can we not do this though? Like, just pretend you didn't tell us.
Like.
No, the thing is, like, it would have only worked if Dorian was here, because that is how I've sort of wanted to work the storyline in, like, their relationship growing. It doesn't make any sense without, Dorian.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Because I also had the idea of, it is a clone. It could be any age.
Oh, so would you have made the clone like similar age to us or similar age to Doran?
Yeah. And to be honest, like that was like one way I wanted to use to like reduce Illustria's powers. So she's not like insanely OP with you guys. Like, she comes back as like a younger self of her as a clone, and she Silvery Moon is taken away from her. She doesn't have access to stuff, so she is still powerful, but not so powerful that it doesn't make sense that she needs your help.
Damn.
But yeah, because Dino is out, I scrapped the storyline. But it would have been a fun little adventure with a lot of like character growth opportunity for Doran. I just, I figured I'd share it with you guys because I think it was a fun idea, but it really hinges on, a player to be in that character's seat. But yeah, sorry. So yeah, Emma, as you recall the tale of the fight for Silvery Moon, could you give me a performance check to see if you can spin it in a positive way?
How does a 33 sound?
I love how it's teetered on the one for so
I saw that!
Yeah. Even though, Emma, you're not in the best mindset at the moment still, after the barrier, you recall your victories. You recall the good times. You recall the festival after the victory. How people walked around the street in costumes. You improvise a little ditty about the two-headed troll that Dorian was forced into. The Atin costume where him and Finn got into an Atin costume together. And Dorian hated it, but everybody else loved it. And into the night it goes. After a while, some people take their last drink and then leave. Some people continue on, cheer for more songs, but night sets in. And after you finish your potage and some drinks, rooms are made available for you. So, how many rooms you will needing? Don't have that many, but I'm sure you can fit all of you.
Maybe how
Hmm.
many of us are there? 6. So like 3 rooms should be enough.
That should be enough. Huh?
As long as Emma promises to keep her hands off from Murphy.
I would never betray Adelaide like that.
Me, Adrist, Vader, Doran all look at each other, then we look at Emma.
And then I roll my gem. My gem.
It just rotates in there.
He just rotates it.
Comes up with number 42.
Uh,
Yeah, well, if she tries anything in the night, just let us know.
why would I? Men.
Men. So,
There's a reason I don't like you guys.
Yeah.
I do air quotation.
Nevertheless, the 6 of you retire into 3 rooms then.
Mhm.
Who's sleeping next to, the problem child?
You mean Emma? I'm imagining them all 3.
I would imagine.
I was wondering who you guys going to associate with the problem child when I say that.
I mean, my mind went to Finn.
Finn is not a problem child.
Exactly.
Problem child.
Exactly.
So why would your mind go to Finn then?
In this group, that's basically the problem child.
Right. So, you get ready for a nice, well-deserved long rest. It was a full day of travel, even if it went briefly with the tales that Amalti told you about this land. You're quite tired. Is there anything you wish to do before you go to bed?
Yeah, I'm gonna continue my downtime activity.
You can go ahead with that.
Hmm.
Write my diary.
Maybe just kind of
It's
go on a
still not
little
working.
rant about how stupid guys are.
Yeah.
That's weird that it's not working. Just give me a wisdom check.
Yeah. Good.
I'm
Wisdom.
going to make a note to try to fix this.
That's
Nice.
enough.
I'm going to increase it to 3 now. Right. So, as you retire into these deep underground rooms, kind of low ceiling, but well designed. There's a little side chamber to each with a bowl of water. No, not a bowl, like a basin of water. A little fireplace in the corner with a boiling hot pot of water. Even one of those like metal pans where you can scoop up some of the coals and stuck it under the duvet to warm it up before you head in.
Hmm.
There is one bed in each. Fairly large, wide beds. strong wooden frames, soft mattresses, and a thick, stitched together hide cover for each. They even have pillows.
That is wonderful.
Well, you know,
Wow,
straw.
we really got a pillow. Crazy.
Well, yeah, straw stuffed, most of it, but
Pillows are pillows, man.
oh, Emma,
Yes,
do you really think we can stop those idiots fighting tomorrow? Or is it really the cult doing it? They always at each other's throat.
we can try. If they're always at each other's throats, maybe not, but I think trying is better than not. And I do think that a lot of people's issues come from, well, issues with each other, come from people tending to have the same basic wants for those that they care about, but not necessarily agreeing on the how of how to go about it. Or sharing their reasoning for wanting those things with each other. Their honest reasoning.
I'm not sure, Emma, if what you said was wise or complete nonsense.
Probably, who knows, maybe both? Probably nonsense.
I guess we'll just have to see what tomorrow brings. Good night.
Good night to you as well, Amonte.
And with that, the next day dawns. All of you have a nice little potage-filled long rest.
Woot!
So, after quick breakfasts, you leave the mithril pod behind and head out onto the surface. What do you do? Even at this fairly early hour, you see a couple people already heading to their way. Many people sort of walking around, getting ready their fishing gear, moving towards the lake.
Hmm.
So, sorry, Dritz, I cut you off. What are you saying?
I'm gonna try to about this. Well, where exactly would we meet with the speaker?
But I thought we could go to her house, but if she's meeting with the other speakers, they most likely be at the town hall.
Then.
I think that's where we'll go first. Perhaps check in, see when the meeting is supposed to take place. We don't want to miss it while we're doing other things.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, you leave the tavern behind and once again move through the city. It is quite lively. You see a lot of people hanging around. You see smiles which feels sort of out of place for such a rough and harsh environment. You even notice some people sort of waving at Amalti. It seems that she's well known in this city. Although most of the people seem to be heading towards the lake at a brisk pace. You know, the early dragon catches the lame adventurer. Or something along those lines. But you also notice that people are not only heading towards the lake itself, there seem to be a good number of people heading towards the town hall alongside of you.
Hey, can we make that a thing?
What?
The early dragon catches the
lame adventurer?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Woot woot.
Although I'm certain there are better ones than this one I just came up on the spot. That people already made up.
I like it. Anyway, yeah, you're saying.
I just need to ask, ChatGPT if it'll give you the best one. Anyway.
Yeah. Let's
So,
not use that.
as you're heading towards the town hall, you see that quite a crowd is gathering over there. And you see there's some sort of spectacle is being set up, or has been set up. As you reach the edge of the crowd, you see that outside the town hall, there is this sort of stand, and on it there's this large table set up. At each end, you see two people sitting, and in the middle, there's another seat away from the crowd. In the middle sits a woman. She's perhaps in her late 50s. She has a sort of mouse gray hair. She's sort of small in stature, but she sits straight in her chair, turning from one side to the other, observing the two men sitting on either end of the table. On the further end of the table sits this bulwark of a man, wide shoulders, quite heavy set, arms thick as waves practically. He has this scraggly brown beard hanging from his chin onto his chest. His hair cut short. He's wearing fisherman trousers with a sort of nice looking shirt over it. And you see that he has a chalice of wine in one hand, and with the other he's pounding on the table as he shouts on the other man. At the other end of the table sits seemingly the opposite of this figure. Still quite tall, but very lean. Almost a sort of stick of a man with long limbs and narrow shoulders and hips. He is clean shaven, with a nicely articulated hair. He's wearing fine clothing, and he's holding onto that cup, the similar looking cup in one hand. But he's also shouting at the other man while gesticulating with his other hand wildly. It seems that the sort of passion is already. I am tired as well. The words are not coming to me. Sorry.
I know. Take your time.
So basically, they are already at each other's throats. They are. Tension is already really up.
Mm.
Yeah, the place is rife with
Yeah.
tension.
So as you sort of stand on the edge of the crowd, which is listening to this quote unquote debate, what you give me a perception check to just see how much you can actually get from this. I'm sure you will get all of it because Emma's going to learn a 34 somehow.
You want a perception check from all of us? Or just Emma?
Holy
Just
shit.
not paying attention.
Oh, sorry, just the 33 because it's the
Okay,
maximum
then-
she can get. Why did I even call it? Like,
I don't know.
That's
But
how
you gotta do that more often when we roll, cause damn.
I can't lie, that's crazy.
summon the 34.
Yo, this is like when Aaron used to roll those history checks, man.
So, Emma,
Yes.
with your tall stature, you look over the crowd. And you realize something. While these people are quite aggressively pointing and shouting and pounding the table, what they talk about is politics.
Of course.
Amongst the insults and barely veiled threats, you catch that, again, the main topic seems to be territorial dispute. Both speakers are accusing each other of encroaching on each other's fishing territory. They blame each other for tangled fishing lines and saying that, saying on each other that they are catching smaller fish than they should, and those fish needs to be let go to grow the bigger. Otherwise, they're going to overfish the area. They are not going to have a good season next year.
Ah.
The woman in the center, sort of, after a while, just sort of places her hand in her face in her hand and just shakes her head, sort of waiting for these two to calm down a moment. But they don't seem to calm down. And with each thrown insult, they're getting more and more agitated, and this crowd seems to get on in as well. You
Hey,
hear, yeah.
does this seem? I like the. Obviously, we don't know them, but do the reactions seem appropriate, or do they seem a bit more intense than you would expect for this sort of conversation?
Give me an insight check.
Okay. Insight.
I'm gonna cast detect magic subtly.
On what? Like, what are you
Detect
sort of looking at?
Just everything around, see if there's any magical influences on any of them.
Yeah, so you're on the edge of the crowd.
Well,
So-
hey, 20.
Woo.
So you like the speakers wouldn't be in your range, but you're on the
Oh,
you know,
we're not that
good
close. How far
a
are we?
Let's see. I'm going to make a diagram for myself. No, I'm not. I'm just going to say I'm going to make a diagram for myself, and I'm going to throw a random number at you. I'm going to say 50 feet.
That's pretty
Oh,
far.
okay.
Yeah, it's quite a large crowd gathering in front of the tables. Like you sort of arrived later than they gathered. They already seem to be in the throes of arguments when you arrived. So there's like a half circle of people sort of surrounding a desk. So you could get closer. Like the crowd is not as densely packed as it's next to the table, but you're currently sort of on the edge observing.
Can
And
I
you
circle
haven't-
around the crowd to get closer?
So the table is set up next to the building, and the crowd is sort of surrounding it. So the building is in the way to get around them. You could probably fly up on top of the building.
Doesn't really help, does it? Sure. I'm gonna turn to Amalti and say, can we get any closer? Perhaps making yourself known might be a good idea. I assume you're known in these things.
Let me try to. She sort of goes up to the people, sort of, asking them to make some way to let her get closer. Let's see how effective she is. She's not a social person.
Ooh. Yeah, but that doesn't mean she has to be a pushover.
Not a pushover, but
Yeah, but still, even like just being social in general, like it requires like ability.
no, the thing is, like,
True, it does.
some people are sort of noticing her and sort of stepping out of the way, but she's not making a headway. It's sort of like people already weren't so densely packed. So as she sort of asks to move outside, she sort of take a step to the side so she can move forward.
I'm gonna touch her on the shoulder and I'm gonna twin cast fly the 3rd level.
Wow.
Oh, dress! What an entrance!
What the? It's a hell of an
I'm gonna say-
entrance.
I'm gonna look at her and say, "Come with me," and I'm gonna rise up into the air and just float over the crowd.
So she sort of uneasily floats up with you. It seems that she. It is. You notice that she takes on flight much easier than your friends did on the first flight.
Man, you know this ain't her first rodeo. Come on now.
Yeah.
As you fly above, there are some, shouts from the crowd. A couple people point. You do see, some guards from the sides. You haven't noticed yet. Grab their bows and point at you.
Just like
But I notice
gasp.
Amalti.
Well, where are you flying?
Towards the source of the commotion, but like I'm gonna do it like slowly, like sort of
Just casually floating above, like
just casually floating above them, guiding Amalti as well.
Oh no, she's sort of flying ahead of you.
Oh yeah,
Very
then I'll just follow her.
gracefully, actually.
Then I'll just follow her.
It is almost as if she's walking on air instead of flying.
Yeah, my feet aren't moving, but yeah. It's like the storm flying motion, like the.
Wow.
You're not doing the Rocket Man or the Superman or just
No,
keep
just-
thrusting in the air as you move.
No, none of that. Just casually floating, cloak billowing.
Storm flying motion equals casually floating, apparently.
The door.
Storm from X-Men.
Yeah!
You know how she floats? That's kind of how.
I wouldn't call that casual floating, but okay.
Pretty casual. It's not like she's like arms in front of her flying. It's more like
True, she's not
arms out
Superman.
it's just arms out wide, body's moving forward.
Shadows billowing out of your eyes and
Cloak.
the cloak.
Just spilling everywhere.
The embodiment of evil approaches.
Behind Amalti. She's my insurance at not getting shot.
If you're behind her, she's not insurance.
Everybody, look out! Amount is being chased by the devil! Shoot him!
Exactly. Like,
No, nothing along those like this happens. Amalti lands on the podium, and the two speakers almost seem too engulfed in their argument to notice, but they do notice as she lands. And
Wait, hey, what did I get for my insight check, by the way?
oh, yeah, sorry, that was things happen. Got it.
It's fine. You can finish what you're doing and come back.
No, it's fine. You don't know these people really, but
Yeah, of
you
course.
can't quite get how can they be so agitated about fucking fish. Like,
Right, obviously I know it's their livelihood, but like, is it that deep?
yeah, the thing is, like, it seems that these people are the insults they throw each other seems well planned, in the sense that they've been using these insults on each other for a while, but at the same time they seem to rile each other up so much, as if they don't even hear each other, but still they are getting more and more angry at each other.
Okay.
But yeah, Adrisht and Amalti, you land on the podium, and the woman stands up for a moment. Oh, welcome. My would you give a reason for your intrusion? We are trying to settle an argument here.
I'm still behind Amalti.
Adrift is so funny, bro.
Idris is wonderful.
Adrift is actually so hilarious.
I'm not giving you a fucking NPC anymore, guys. Like, you need to fucking get involved.
Yeah, but I'm just waiting for her to introduce us. That's all.
Yeah, I know. Just shout your name on top of your lung. Cast it on the sky.
I am Adrift! It's fuck!
There's a lot.
That's why you need
My
to
name,
right? Just look in the sky. That's me.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
my name is Paul Atreides, Duke of Arathis.
But yeah, so Amalti sort of lands and quickly explains that Aegis, the heroes of the Sword Coast, have come, and they believe that the cold has taken its roots in 10 towns, and they might be the source of problems that furthers the dispute between these two. The moment she says that, the two begin shouting, say that that if the cult is here, that other idiot must be in on with them.
Wow.
I'm gonna sort of look out towards the crowd for a second
All right.
and look for my friends. Can I see them?
They are still on the edge of the crowd. They sort of made their way in a bit, but the crowd is getting denser to the point where they are. There a lot of people giving way to wave.
Yeah, makes sense.
Strangely.
But not all the people have noticed their approach, so there's still a good bit of crowd they need to get through. But actually, Atrish, as you look out, would you give me a perception check?
You can do it. I have faith in
We
you.
really need you to do it.
Please don't have faith in me.
I have faith in you. See?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, we got faith in you.
Yeah. Fucking IRL inspiration moment there, though. I saw that almost be a 7.
Grish, would you also give me a wisdom check, please?
You got this.
Oh, jeez, what have you got for us?
Fuck!
I've got a sorcery point, is what I've got. So let me re-roll that. That's better.
That's way better. So, Adrisht, as you look out towards your friend, something catches your eye. Sort of at the corner of your eye, someone else is moving through the crowd as well. But
He's
much
moving
more
through the-
efficiently than your friends. A single figure is wearing sort of traveling clothes, a hood over his head. You see with both hands sort of pushing people out of the way, but at the same time sort of docking under people, moving at an incredible pace through this crowd, as if sort of moving through water.
Mhm.
But you catch something else as well. He's moving faster than he should. Much faster than a human should. He's almost at the podium. But you notice something. Your vision shifts for a moment. And you see ahead of you a sea of souls. All these people ripe for the picking, if you feel like it. Strong, powerful souls to your phylactery, if that's what you desire. Except for that one. That one that's almost at the podium. For that one is without a soul.
Oh.
Mm.
I'm dead alert! I'm dead alert!
Okay. Hey, point of question.
Yes?
Uh, do undead creatures count as humanoids?
No. They are undead.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna point to the creature, look him in the eye, and I'll cast suggestion.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely a creature. It is within 30 feet of you. Getting closer.
Yeah. Why don't you come and stand quietly next to me for as long as I need?
I need to hear you. Yeah, hear and understand you.
Mhm.
If you want
I'll
this spell
shout
to
it
work,
out.
you do need to shout this out.
Yeah, I'll shout it out.
Alright. Give me a performance check, see if you're gonna overshout the two shouty men behind you and the agitated crowd.
Performance. I'm gonna use a sorcery point.
Alright. Can you use this on ability and skill check as well?
On ability checks, yeah.
Alright. And you do need to use the second one, right? Not just a better one.
No, yeah, the second one.
Alright. But to be honest,
Yes,
you
as far as I'm
always
aware.
seem to get a better roll on the second one, so
I roll like shit on the first one.
that's why
I
you
actually
have
don't
this
know if it's the first one or the second one. What is it called? The fuck? 1 second.
that's why you have this ability.
Yeah. Where is
Because you
it?
always
Magical
roll
items.
like garbage on your rolls.
Yeah, you must use the new roll.
Alright. But to be honest, I think at this point you always rolled better on your second one.
Also, it's not. So it's you can tap into inner wellspring of magic to try to conjure success from failure when you make an ability check that fails. So I know if it failed already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I should
And
have
then I
told you
can-
that you failed.
Yeah. So I guess in the future that'll be useful at some point.
Yeah, I guess. But to be honest, I think that sort of ruins a
Yeah,
bit.
I prefer the way I use it.
I think it's we could just say that I tell you when you don't need to use it because you succeeded.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a 19.
So the billowing voice of Adrisht resonates through the crowd for a moment, and they freeze. The crowd, sort of not ready for your outburst, and the two speaker also go quiet for a moment, looking at the madman raving at the crowd and pointing. And you see the creature, the soulless creature, stop for a moment as well. And then begin moving through the crowd towards you.
Hmm. Did it work, like the spell? I would know if it succeeded, right?
It did not.
Oh.
Can we
I
get Darn to
point.
cast Turn Undead?
I pointed the. He might turn them away from him towards the people.
Ah, fair.
But yeah, the
Because he's
creature is
behind.
definitely moving towards you. While it was moving towards the podium before, you see that it's sort of altered its course, and instead of moving straight towards it, it's moving in your direction.
I point right towards him. Intruder!
What?
I think he meant to yell undead.
Intruding
I mean,
towards
because he's literally an intruder.
Yeah.
like you.
No, but I'm here on invitation.
Oh my god. Are you though? Are we?
Sort of.
Okay,
Amalthi is known.
sorry?
Amalthi is known, right?
Yeah,
God.
she's not.
Yeah.
So, Adrish,
Man, we
would
abuse
you-
our NPCs, man.
Would you give me a persuasion check
Alright.
to see?
I'm gonna back up his claim and say, I'm gonna scream. Oh wait, how close are we to it, actually?
Heck, did I succeed?
How close are we?
Because I'm about to blow another point here.
No, unfortunately, the crowd is just looking at you confused.
I'm blowing another point. That's
How
better.
close are we? Because, like, Finn and I could scream. And Emma could definitely do the horror movie chick scream. You know?
I love how
think
like
we-
Adris is playing how I normally play D&D, man. You gotta stack those rerolls. You gotta stack those rerolls, man.
Yeah, Adrish is definitely safe scumming this.
And then I'm gonna
Can you blame him?
and then I'm gonna cast polymorph.
Wow.
Polymorph.
What?
I think polymorph works on creatures, right? It doesn't have to be humanoids. Yeah.
Oh, you want to turn it into something harmless?
And I am gonna turn it. I don't want to turn it into something super small because it might get squashed and then turn back. So I need something that's useless.
An iguana?
But iguanas can run pretty fast.
Oh, fair.
Not in this environment.
Yeah. Oh, but if it was an iguana, it might just freeze to
how
death.
about a baby seal? Baby seal.
Baby seal. Let's just get some music on.
Oh my
this.
god.
Yeah.
Not this music. We need a bit more excitement.
How long does polymorph last? Is it like an hour?
It's an hour.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna shout into the crowd, seeing if it works first. Does it work? Does he turn into a seal?
Just a moment, sorry. I'm just reading something for a moment. Let's see. Well, it needs to make a DC 20 Wisdom saving throw.
We won't make, right?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. You know, it has advantage. It has all the chances to make it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. That is a success. For once.
Wait, how close are we to it?
I don't understand this question. Oh yeah,
I
sorry.
was
How
gonna
close
say,
to the
okay.
creature? Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's still a crowd in between you, so you don't really see what Adrish is exactly pointing at.
Alright,
But
that's fine.
you're not that far. Like, I would say you're maybe like 15, 20 feet away from it.
I don't have the storm reactivate, so I can't make it bigger.
I'm very surprised this guy actually succeeded against you. It did have advantage, but damn, good job, my dude.
Mm-hmm.
I said, good job, my dude.
How far is it from the stage now?
It would be like 15 feet away as well. 10, 15 feet away. It is still moving towards you.
Do I have another turn before it gets on top of us?
I have an idea.
But yeah, so basically your shout was a bit is sort of successful. So the people start moving away from the figure you pointed at. They're sort of recoiling, pushing back your friends, giving it more way, an easier way to get to you. So
What about the guards?
they are moving towards you, but they were sort of standing in the back. Nobody really expected any kind of commotion beyond the two fucking idiots shouting at each other. But they have stopped as well, and they are looking at this figure approaching.
Does it look undead?
You can't quite see it fully. It's wearing traveling clothes, and its face is hidden behind a hood.
How far away are we from, or how far away am I from the creature? Because I have an idea, but I need to get within 30
like
feet.
15, 20 feet away, but you don't have a line of sight on it because there's a bunch of people backing away from it. A sort of dense crowd ahead of you.
Okay. Fuck. I need a line of sight on it. Wait, is there a clear spot in front of it?
But there is the podium with Adrish and the fucking the speakers and a multi
And
who is looking at the creature as well with weapons drawn.
and how far away am I from the podium? In theory, could I face step my way over there?
Yeah, I would say that that is within range for you.
I'm gonna turn it to a giant.
Oh my god. Yeah, I want to face
I'm
step.
gonna just use my halfling nimbleness to get closer. Can I just tackle it?
Well, you could technically, you could try to move through the.
Yeah, you can go under everyone's feet.
Under everyone's feet. Tiny man.
Yeah, and as I'm moving, I'm gonna activate the storm.
But yeah, I wanna face step, and then I want to, you know what? Let's try to make this thing dance.
Right, that's better music. Sorry, what you're doing, Squirrel?
I'm gonna face step to the podium because then I have a line of sight on it.
Yeah, that absolutely is. So,
Sweet.
Finn, actually, you give me an acrobatics check just to see how well you can get through that crowd, sort of under everyone's feet. That's much more like the music I wanted.
Hmm.
Go on, Gunny, Finn.
Sorry, what did you say?
Acrobatics check, please.
Acrobatic. Wait, I need an acrobatics check.
To
Yeah,
get through the
but
crowd.
how well you can get through the crowd.
Oh, even with my halfling nimbleness.
Yes, it's a quite like densely
Nah,
packed
that's fair.
crowd.
That's fair. Yeah. Okay, I'll see you guys later.
Damn.
$11.
Yeah, so you're making your way towards it, but the moment you reach through the crowd, it already passed the point where you were and and is the um at the podium.
Can I do something?
Sorry.
Would this have been long enough for me to do something now?
No, I think this is the point we're going to go into initiative order.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think we need a map for this because it's very tight. Everyone is sort of next to each other. How do I set up a good initiative order on this? Yeah, I can do just this. And I don't even have the. Alright, so I just grab all of you. That's not how you spell hooded. Right, roll initiative.
All right.
Huh?
I don't see an encounter.
Yeah,
There's
no.
counter.
Oh, what? Why?
Because Scuff loves us.
No, the thing is, so I have a prep page where I just keep your tokens so I can set up them up for an encounter, but now encounters are fucking linked to the fucking map? That's fucking annoying.
It's fine.
I guess it's good, but it's annoying still.
I can't lie. I think I've rolled like 2 good initiative rolls like this whole campaign, and it's actually insane.
Right. Right. This is Dorian's turn. We're still at the edge of the crowd.
What can Doran even get? Can like Doran do some cool monk stuff to like maneuver through the crowd?
You want him to jump on top of people's head and run along.
Yeah, something like that.
You know he can fly, right?
What?
Oh, he can. He's got wings. He's got wings. Yeah, Doran's just gonna take flight. Let me see what spell wings. It's like a dragon wing spell, isn't
Yep.
it? It is. Is it 5th level? Is it wing? It's not wing blast, is it?
It is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, wing blast. Yeah, Doran's gonna pop a wing blast and
Wait, doesn't that like do like a bunch of stuff around him as well?
Sorry?
nah.
You're talking of Wind Blast.
No, I'm saying wing blast.
No, Adrish is thinking of Wind Blast.
Mm.
To be fair though, wing blast does say at your command the wings transform into a great blast of wind, but like I'm assuming he doesn't have to choose to do that if he doesn't want to.
He can just fly.
Yeah, so yeah, Doran's gonna fly. And Doran's actually gonna yes. He can't do perception. Doran is going to he'll use Wing Blast to fly. Third level spell slot and then going to uh, should I take action? Yeah, no, Doran's just gonna fly to the stage as well.
Right.
That'll be Doran's turn. The hooded figure.
Alright. So this fucker.
Yep, it is at the front of the podium. It's probably going to climb on its turn.
This fucker is going to dance for me unless it's immune to being charmed.
Oh, are you casting autos?
Yeah! Autos is a fucking fun spell.
It is. Unfortunately,
Fuck!
this undead is indeed immune to being charmed.
I mean, does autos say that it has to be a humanoid, or does it say it's a creature?
It says creature.
Let me
Then
just
it
double check
probably is.
Otto's irresistible dance. Yeah, creature that can't be
Yeah.
charmed are immune to this spell. Unfortunate.
Ugh. But hey! Now I can just kind of turn to, Adrist and say, don't try to charm it! It won't work.
Yeah, I figured.
And I will inspire Adrist. I forget where all these buttons are. Feels like it's been forever
Guys.
since we played.
We're really doing.
I'll find that and reduce it. Oh. That's where that is. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So, on this turn, the hooded figure is going to climb up onto the stage. You see as the speaker of East Haven sort of stumbles backwards, but the other two draw their weapons as well and step forward to meet this figure that you pointed out as an intruder. It seems that for this moment they put to the side their conflict, and they're ready to take on whatever this thing is bringing. The figure steps forward It reaches up and throws back its hood.
Oh, don't tell me it's food.
Sorry?
I was just saying, don't tell me it's one of the big boys.
Mm,
Oh, that would be lovely, but no. As the hood is thrown back, you hear screams from the crowd. And on that figure, dry and aged, but still quite fresh to the looks. A young human man, still his hair on his head, his lips curled back over his teeth, his eyes a glowing blaze of red. Adrish, would you give me a perception check, though?
Alright. I blew another point.
Wait, no, I've activated the storm room. Can I just get him to reroll with the storm room?
No, it's fine.
Can you do
It's
that in
literally
combat as well? Is it like a reaction?
yeah.
No, I'm asking Adrish.
Oh,
I don't think it says anything about reaction, but it doesn't say anything about combat either. I think it's just
It's just like a, like a reroll once.
Yeah.
Which one is it again? It's the
Magical guidance or something.
magic.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about. Yeah, no, nothing.
Just happens.
Yeah.
Spend the sorcery point. Yeah, it's cool.
And it's not much better.
Yeah, it's not that better. As you look at it, Adrish, something's odd about this undead. Something you can't quite catch. And unfortunately, it seems that you won't have a chance. Because at this moment, the creature open its maw or its mouth. And just for a moment, you see what sits in there.
oh, don't tell me.
oh
It's a
no.
red candle.
Oh no.
It's not?
No. It is an exploding delayed fireball.
Oh.
Wait, it's a delayed fireball?
Yeah, it's a delayed blast fireball that is exploding right now. In the midst of all of you.
We can't use the spell magic or.
I mean, there's no reaction, no.
Yeah.
I can't even counter spell because it's delayed.
Yep. So, let's roll damage.
I mean, we can still save.
Yeah, absolutely. You do need to roll a dexterity saving throw now.
Yeah, but some people are.
Wait a second.
Look,
Each first must make it. Yeah, then, so dexterity saving throw, half damage.
wow. I'm gonna use the
Oh.
storm room to reroll that.
Are you going to reroll yours? Are you sure?
Yeah, that's a good point. Can I use Indomitable to reroll mine?
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
Bane is out
Jesus.
of that range because he hasn't jumped over the crowd yet, but Dorin is in range.
even though he's in the air, I said he'd land on stage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make saves in the meanwhile for the
for
three
finish.
speakers.
All right, that's better.
All right, that's a good one.
Has anyone else failed?
Sorry.
I said, did anyone else fail?
Well, Adrish and Emma definitely failed. You haven't rolled for Dorin yet.
Oh, yeah, I do. One. Okay, who needs the reroll the most?
I'm a bit confused. Like, so the fireball was in his mouth and he was just moving with it?
Yep.
Can you do that?
If it's a delayed blast, yeah.
No, it's supposed
I
to be at a
think.
point, right? It just stays fixed at the point.
Maybe it
Doran
wasn't a
rolled a
delayed
21.
fireball. Maybe it just was of similar action.
Alright.
I just didn't want to explain exactly what spell Ashgrave casted on this undead.
Of course it was after.
But, maybe you can find out later.
Can we learn it?
Well, you're not a wizard. Neither of you are a wizard.
None of us are wizards.
If you want, Adrish, I can send you later my
I don't care.
suicidal undead spell. Actually, you have witnessed this spell before.
Aw.
Well, a weaker version of this spell.
It rings a bell.
So, you used Indomitable, right?
I use Indomitable on me, so who wants the reroll?
Me or Emma, probably.
I think
Yeah,
you
but,
should
like,
take it,
I've-
Address.
Okay. Yeah, just you can reroll them.
Yeah.
Wait, how are the people on stage?
Well, at least Dorian saves.
How
Mhm.
only Doran saved?
Yeah, it's Ashgrave, so it's probably super high DC.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh,
No,
Mm.
actually, 2 of the councilmen rolled very well as well.
alright, that's fine.
Mm.
One of them did not.
I mean, you gotta do better than that.
Yep. So, let's see how many are dead, right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Because, this spell works similarly to Delayed Fireball.
Mm-hmm.
As you might know, the Delayed Fireball has it's a 12d6 damage. And
I pray you roll terribly.
at the end of the turn, it adds an additional d6 if the spell is not disturbed.
Wait, does it not count as this like a disturbance because it just made it pause for a second?
It was the creature, not the spell.
You would have
Bro,
rather have. That is the worst roll.
For who?
No, for the damage.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ones. 8
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
we love that. Yeah, we love that.
Whoa, thank God!
It's still gonna be a lot.
It is.
Gee. Damn.
8 ones is mad, guys. What?
Dude, this is gonna be like fucking 15d6 or some shit like that.
Oh yeah.
Be like 60 damage regardless.
Just watch them. Everything rolls a 1.
As the fireball explodes, it engulfs the stage. All of you are thrown backwards in the flames as you try to dodge out of its way. The crowd that is not able to disperse because of people standing in front, behind them, just set ablaze immediately. Screams fill the square as people run from the blazing inferno. Everyone who has failed this roll takes 39 points of fire damage.
Not that bad.
Oof.
Yeah, that could have been so much worse.
I
Oh
need to make
my
a concentration check.
With advantage.
We took all of us take 30. Do you want us to do it, or do you want to do it here?
How do I do this with advantage?
I can just.
Doesn't matter.
I think I can just apply it to all of you. Give me a moment. So if
Yeah, that's what
I
I'll-
have.
Except for
Can I?
Bane.
Yeah, if I
Did it
select.
roll for me? I feel like I clicked the button, but it did. I already did the damage to myself.
Oh, sorry. There you
So
go.
I fixed it.
I fixed it before you did.
I don't think it rolled the check for me, dude.
Did it not?
Oh, it's showing me Emma's check. It's not showing me mine.
Do you have Emma selected?
Oh fuck, let me check. Oh yeah, I did. Okay.
That's why then.
I will be
My bad.
right back.
Let me just roll that again then.
We are. Okay. I was going to end in a moment actually, but
It would still be an advantage. Better. Yeah, that makes it.
yeah. But the thing is, I don't think you were actually concentrated on anything.
I was concentrating on fly.
No, because you
Oh,
started
wait, no, I dropped
concentrating
fly.
polymorph after that, so you dropped it.
Oh yeah, I did drop right.
So yeah, you were not actually concentrating on anything. So as you push yourself up, the stage is still ablaze. Charred remains surround the stage. Those unfortunate townsfolk who could not get away were burned to almost nothing. You see as the two speakers who were coming up to fight beside you now, rolling on the ground, putting out the flames on his clothes, on their clothes. It seems both of them made it.
What about the
Lady.
You don't see her.
what do you mean? Did she disintegrate?
No, she has fallen off the stage from in the back.
Okay, cool.
Is she alive? I'm gonna check on her.
Barely.
No, she's alive.
She seems unconscious. And you see two guards are already tending to her.
Emma! He can't be far, find him! And I'm gonna cast fly on Emma and twin class it on myself.
Right? You take to the sky and watch as the townspeople scatter in all directions, running, screaming, as a plume of smoke rises into the morning air.
Hope is gonna fly out as well. Looking for Ashgrave.
Yes. But we will end for tonight.
Alright.
And we'll see how it goes next time.
This was a really good session.
Now that I know that there was a delayed fireball, I'm kind of happy that the polymorph didn't work.
Oh yeah, then it would have gone off more immediately.
And it would have been in the crowd. That would
Yeah, it would have incinerated like, I don't know, 50 people.
probably the best. For the best then.
But to be honest, at that point, it was only one turn in.
Hmm. Still would have killed 50 people.
Yeah, it would have killed all of them. Like, these are regular, peasants
12 HP and 14 HP.
at best. These are like mountain, hardy mountain men. They have a bit more HP than regular, normal
8 HP
villagers.
people. HP.
But, definitely below 20.
You know what would
Right.
have worked would have been banishment. Oh, that would have been good.
Yeah, banishment would have worked. So,
Oh well.
new excitements, new dangers.
More people blowing up.
Indeed.
Maybe we'll find Ashgrave because if he casts that spell, he has to be within a certain range, right?
Well, like I said, it wasn't delayed fireball.
Yeah,
But yeah, you don't think it could be possible to just cast
remotely
this?
detonate this.
Yeah, that would be way too that is not the kind of magic you want to face. So you hope it is not possible. And they would also probably use it, more liberally if they could just do that.
I had to be a fairly high level wizard, if not Ashgrave himself.
Yep.
Oh, well, we'll see.
Well, yeah. Now, at least you definitely have. You definitely know that the cult is here.
Yeah, true.
Indeed. Alright. Night, guys.
Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna head off as well.
I can't fucking believe I rolled so low on that damage.
Nah,
I can't believe
that
you
was
passed
great.
on the checks.
A lot of people could have died today, Hig.
Yeah, so basically, I rolled dex saves for all three of the councilmans, and they have some bonus to their rolls, and like the two guys standing next to just saved, and the woman was actually like out of the radius of the explosion, so she just was blown back and fell off. So she didn't even
Oh.
got hit. Like she just basically smashed her head in as she fell off.
Mm.
Like she wasn't even burned. She just got knocked out. But yeah, a proper explosion would have killed both of those councilmen.
Yup.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna hit a bit.
All right,
Good night, guys.
see you
Yeah,
guys.
no.
I think we see each other next week, and I think Skirl said she's going to have some days off in March.
Yeah, I'm good for next week.
Yeah, next week should be good.
All right.
All right, see you
Night,
guys.
guys.
See you there.
Bye. When we wait for Skirl's comebacks. Doopy-doo. Doopy-doo. Excuse me.
Sorry about that, I'm back. I feel bad. Because, like, my gut's just... Crohn's isn't fun. Anyone who tells you otherwise is, lying to you. I'm assuming we're done. I still feel bad. You know? But I guess it is about time. So thank you for watching. I apologize, but the stream is stopping.